So we are live. Welcome, chat. It's really only Marie that's in chat and the rest of the party. I'm hoping that will change at some point during the evening, or this will be a quiet game. Yeah, we are still waiting for our special guest tonight to join. He should be popping in a moment. But in the meantime, bit of a recap over what's been happening in our previous episode. Episode 12, our party had an encounter with the Flying Dutchman and David Jones Jr., the pirate son of the legendary Davy Jones. They made a brief ally of the Dutchman, as they helped him to take down two Clatchian war galleys that had been chasing their ship. And in return, he did offer them not only their lives and to spare them, but also to perhaps team up on another little mission, which the party declined at this point. They did have all the places they needed to be. However, the chase ship, the ship that was flying the dragon sails, turned out to be a little bit more of a problem than they anticipated. And what the dragon priest on board that ship pulled out all the stops and began summoning. And within seconds, the obtuse triangle was pulled into a maelstrom, and the huge 100-feet-long tentacles of a kraken emerged from this whirlpool in the sea. And the ship began to take quite a bit of damage. Been a little bit of damage earlier in the cannon fire, a little more damage during the chase, now a hell of a lot of damage from the kraken, entangling the ship at one point. And just as everything looked close to being over, and half an hour of hinting later, the party finally managed to pull their items out of their bags and use one of them to summon, or at least request, the assistance of the great dragon that they freed earlier, or at the very beginning of the game. The dragon comes swooping down out of the sky like a meteorite striking the earth, burned through the dragon ship, burned through the kraken, and allowed the obtuse triangle to pull its last party trick out of the bag, which is chopping down the masts, deploying a balloon envelope from the ship, turning the boat into a dirigible, and boosting away into the sky on the power of broomsticks. And we left our players enjoying just a brief moment of beauty as the obtuse triangle breaks through the cloud layer up into the sky. Beautiful blue sky, sun beating down at them, the stormy, roiling, lightning-covered clouds below them, and the dragon flying alongside and then doing a Top Gun-style roll over the top of the boat as he checks them out. Now, I believe Sam was down below, unstrapping Mr. Pump for the potential battle. Brian, the cleric, and Dustin, the ranger, were on deck alongside with some of the other crew. They had previously been fighting the kraken. They were hanging on for dear life as they boosted up through the clouds. And that's pretty much where we're going to begin tonight. But before I jump into the game, obviously, I'm going to keep plugging this as much as I possibly can, because we are still trying to raise as much money for Sam and her legal bills. So if you are feeling generous, do click on that link that I've just posted. That will take you to Silver Street Gaming's tip page. A couple of bucks will do. Anything helps. We're just trying to get this legal bill out from under them so that they can, well, frankly, have the kids with them full time. Any donations you make to me, any subs to me, any bits that are going to get cheered, I'll be giving all those away as soon as I get a payout from Twitch as well. I think I'm pretty close to payout. I just need to get over the hurdle for that to happen. So if you are feeling generous, even if it's just $1 or $2, please do donate and show your appreciation. Okay, how's everybody doing?
T-Roy, shout out there.
See,
doing some work.
Troy, if we ever get you in the game, your battle cry is going to be T-Roy Jenkins as you go jumping off the side of a ship with a warhammer of some sort.
So maybe he has to play a barbarian then, if he's going to do that as a war cry.
I mean, at this point, he just automatically fits in with the party.
Actually, wouldn't even need a warhammer. Just grab the anchor and go overboard. What's this? This looks heavy enough. Right. Okay. Oh, by the way, for those of you, well, for the few of you that are in chat, tonight is the final night of the Perseid meteor shower. So if you have got clear skies where you are, round about midnight to 2 a.m. my time is when it's going to be at its peak, which should be as we're finishing the game. So if you do have clear skies, go outside, just stand outside for about 15 minutes and you should see just a few little streaks flying through the sky. I've photographed the Perseids before. I've actually been camping specifically so that we could be in a dark zone when this happened, and it was just lucky the skies were clear. But certainly by me today, it's been stormy and cloudy all day. We've had an on and off rain all week. Shimon's here to drink, or just... Oh, sorry, to lurk. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
I just had a question. What are clear skies?
Skies without clouds.
Yeah, we don't get that here.
We don't get a lot of that here either, funnily enough. Yeah, it's been kind of stormy all week. Just intermittent rainstorms and clouds, but it was briefly clear last night for a bit, and I did have a nosy out the window, but we get so much light pollution here. Sam's... Who are you subscribing to, Sam? Oh, to me! Oh, shit. I forgot I'm looking at... I forgot I'm actually looking at my chat. Thank you very much.
Sees yours, but doesn't see mine. Marie saw it.
Hang on, where was yours? I didn't see yours.
Way up at the beginning.
You know, he didn't see yours last time either.
Oh, thank you very much, Brian. way up at the beginning. I don't have sound alerts for that stuff yet. We still need to implement that. So when I get a raid or when I get a sub or even just a cheering bits, I don't get sound alerts pop up. So we actually do need to sort that out at some point. Okay, well, thank you very much. That money's all going to Sam anyway, so Sam's getting like 40% of it back. It's like a tax rebate at the end of the year. But yes, if you have clear skies where you are, tonight is the last night that the Earth is going to be passing through the tail of the comet. So this will be the last night of potential meteorites. It would have been at its peak last night, but hopefully you should still see a little bit of something tonight if you're still awake. Okay, we will begin with my usual prologue. We are in episode 13 of this game. I cannot believe that.
Oh.
And it's Friday the 13th tonight.
It's Friday the 13th.
And...
Go ahead and log off now.
Has Eric got his new dice yet?
No. No.
So nothing bad can happen today. It's the luckiest day of the year, right?
Yeah.
Luckiest day of the year if you're a black cat. Everybody just leaves you the fuck alone.
Right.
Right, let me kill this little chat window that's at the side. We don't need that anymore.
Thank you for tagging me in that, Eric. Those are nice dice.
Yeah, he makes really, really cool stuff. So, I'm excited to get them, but I'm just waiting for them to get through customs, which usually takes around, I don't know, anywhere from 1 to 4 weeks. So
would have been quicker if you attached them to a bottle of alcohol and shipped it to you.
It's possible.
So, episode 13, the Discworld, as its name implies, a flat disc resting on the back of 4 great elephants, who in turn ride upon the back of the great star turtle, Atuin. In the centre of the discs are the Ramtop Mountains, and atop its highest peak is Cori Celesti, the home of the gods. In Dun Manifestin, our gods are gathered around the game board. Offla the crocodile god sneers at Om. Your bold gambit has failed. The bull-headed snorts from his nostrils, casting aside 2 of his game pieces. A foolish waste of resources, observes the lady. Your gambit has indeed failed. Perhaps not yet, says Blind Io, gesturing to the damaged ship carrying our players. Snorts again, giving a grin spreading across his face. An elderly woman sits at the table, our newest player, wearing dark robes with eyes as black as starlight. I think I begin to understand this game now, she says, picking up a piece at random and placing it on the board. Let's see how this little one fares. As the mortals might say, they are not out of the woods yet. The cloaked figure looks at the at the expressions of the other players. This really is very astonishing. And so we cut to our players aboard the obtuse triangle, which is currently floating above the thunderstorm created by the summoning of the Kraken, and the obtuse triangle is badly damaged. Not only are the broomsticks very close to burning out from the chase before, and now for the sheer effort of having to launch the ship up in the sky, dragging 2 big old golems with it. But the ship has taken considerable damage, both from the Kraken and from the multiple lightning attacks that the ship took during the escape. The last thing that happened in the game was that the dragon did a little Top Gun rollover to say goodbye to our teams, having saved them from the Kraken and the dragon priests, and you watch as the dragon banks away down into the cloud layer. Sam is still below deck. You're still unfastening the golem. You've paused briefly because of the huge psychic damage that wearing the crown has taken on you. You are feeling the link between the dragon and yourself growing weak, and you assume that the dragon is moving further and further away because of that.
Sugar daddy. Wait, we have to do gender neutral now. Glucose monitor.
Guardian. Guardian.
I have one of those downstairs, actually.
I want to prove this yelling. Well, they're across the house and they can't hear me, and I don't want to leave again in the middle of this.
So, Sam, are you going to finish? First of all, are you going to finish removing the restraints on the golems? And second, are you going to take the crown off or leave it on?
I'm going to take the crown off. And yes, I'm going to help release the golem still. Hashtag free the golem.
Go free Jeff.
Free Jeff.
Or actually, no, that would be Jeff free.
Yeah.
I can actually take the crown off. Isn't that cool? I have one now. Isn't that just messed up? Yes.
Have you spent the whole day wearing it?
No, I
It
haven't
doesn't
put it
have
back
feathers
on.
on it, though.
Oh, I'm sorry, you got the wrong crown.
This is it.
Tear some leaves off the cheese plant behind you and stick them in there.
I'll stick it in there.
Okay, so Sam, you remove the crown, stow it in your bag of holding. Once again, take 2 points of psychic damage, but the link is now broken.
She's putting it in a box of holding.
Where did my dice cam go?
I said I was like, box of holding.
I seem to have lost my dice cam. What happened to my dice cam?
Do not lose the dice. You need that.
It's a little dicey, is it?
Oh, the puns are
Man.
real.
Wow. Like in such a short amount of time.
Yeah. Great. Eric's gonna fall asleep in no time. Good job, guys.
I seem to have lost dice cam.
That's some queen shit.
Yeah.
I thought
agree.
you were working, T-Roy.
Well, it's definitely not working hard. It could be hardly working.
Freddie
We haven't
Mercury
decided.
would be all over that.
Right, I'm gonna see if I can get dice cam back up and running. Otherwise, it's gonna be hard for you guys to see my rolls.
Oh, I guess we'll take your word for it.
Kind of guess you'll have to.
Yeah, I like that. Buys a DM screen, doesn't use it, uses dice cam instead.
Okay, so for those of you that are on deck, you have seen the dragon barrel roll over the top of the boat. Mr. Musu is frantically turning the wheel. He has no idea which direction in now. He's just completely baffled by everything that's going on. And the captain is just looking up in utter wonderment as this monstrous ancient bronze dragon barrel rolls over the top of the ship and then dives back down into the cloud layer.
Oh, God.
Okay, what are we rolling d20 for?
My mind went in like several
There we go.
different
Dice cam
directions
is
there.
back. Dice cam has returned. So let's stick that. Let's stick it over here next to Eric.
Yes, over
we
Eric.
need to move that so it's in frame. There we go. That works nice. Not obscuring anyone, except Moko when he finally turns up.
Well, at least
It's
not me
Moko?
this time.
Yeah, it's the Moko we're waiting for.
He said
Oh
He's still
I
playing
didn't
World of
know
Tanks,
that.
apparently.
Chat when he said it.
no, I feel so bad. I still feel really freaking bad.
Well, what happened? What?
Last night we started to play COD, and his kid came up all frantic, and then he left for a sec, but he kept his mic on, and I could hear like yelling and stuff, and I was like, what is going on? And then he came back, and he had said that the same thing that Everest happened to his cat, and it had a seizure and it died at that moment. Like, we were on the mic together and it happened in that moment, and he had to go, and that was last night.
Oh man.
Wow.
Yeah, so his cat died and he was having a really hard time with it last night, and
Anyone hear from
No.
him since?
I haven't heard from him since.
He did come back. Like, he came back right near
He
the end
did,
of the
he came
stream.
back.
Oh,
He said that he couldn't sleep, so he was gonna play
Uh-huh.
for a little bit, but I haven't heard from him today.
Well, he's shown us online on Discord, but if he's not up to joining us today, that's totally fine. Okay, let's carry on, just the four of you, and we'll see how far we get. I'm not 100% sure if Zach is joining today, but hopefully he will be. His stream normally finishes around 7. So we've got a little bit to do in the meantime. As the few of you that are on deck are enjoying this wondrous view of the dragon kind of barrel rolling over the top of the obtuse triangle, you hear somebody from the aft of the ship screaming, "Captain, the broomsticks! The broomsticks!" Way at the back of the ship are 8 broomsticks bolted onto the rear of the ship in a V shape. And the broomsticks have been crackling magical energy since before this previous encounter. Boosting away from the dragon priests to buy themselves a little bit more time, boosting away, or attempting to boost away from the Flying Dutchman, has almost exhausted the broomsticks of their power and have taken some damage. And now launching the obtuse triangle up into the sky has done, it's kind of finishing them off, if I can put it lightly. If any of you are on deck, are you going to pop over and have a look over the back of the ship, or are you just going to keep enjoying the surroundings?
Are we still above the clouds, or have we dipped?
You're still above the cloud layer. You've just seen the dragon dive down through the clouds and disappear out of sight.
No, I will not be looking. did before, and I guess I'll continue that trend.
Okay, you feel a lurch from the ship, almost as if you're going through a bit of turbulence, and the ship just drops a little underneath you. So you feel this lurch, and then all of a sudden your legs catch up, and you hit the deck. Most of the crew have their sea legs; they're used to this kind of thing, but for some reason you notice all the crew are now kind of fallen to the deck. They weren't expecting this. They're used to feeling the boat drop down into waves and they cushion their impact, but this was something a little different. The captain disappears away from the wheelhouse to look out at the back of the ship, and you hear some frantic shouting coming from the back of the ship. You can also see some of the other crew members running around with buckets, dousing some of the flames that are licking the outside of the hull. And as you watch, you feel the boat start to tip.
Oh, that can't be good.
Good.
So if I look over the back, is it showing like half of the brooms have burnt out?
If you were to look over the back, oh, hang on a second.
I mean, I don't know that us flying is a good time to
So
free the golems.
spider crawling up my wall and I didn't get it. Damn it.
Yeah, they can even it out.
Or they could cause it to tip.
Yeah.
So, Brian, you lean over the back of the ship, and you can see the broomsticks bolted onto the edge. You can just about see the bristles. And the bristles, some of them look burned black. Some of them are still crackling with this kind of lightning energy shimmering over the bristles. Some of them don't seem to have any kind of magical glow to them at all. And two of them appear to be on fire.
Probably not going to use my axe this time, because last time it had a bad scene.
I'm down below, so I don't know if he would hear me, but like, can't we tell the captain to shut the other ones off so that negates the problem?
Yeah, we could definitely tell him to stop the engines and whatever of a flying ship.
It's the airbag that's keeping us afloat.
No, it's mostly the broomsticks that are keeping you afloat.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Yes. Like I think that's like not the answer.
If the ship was mostly empty, i.e. no cargo or golems, the airbag on its own might have done the job. It was designed to be in a certain way, but we know the ship's running heavy. And with the amount of damage and power that have been drained out of these broomsticks during our combat, they've taken its damage. And you can... Brian, while you're looking over the edge, you hear the captain muttering to the first mate, Mr. Musu. If we take these damn things offline, we're going to start losing altitude, and we cannot afford to be down back in that storm. Just as he says this, you see lightning start to shoot upwards from the clouds, crackling around the side of the ship. That damn thing is still down there. How is it still tracking us? He gives the order for the bosun to try to steer the ship and try and right that little bit of listing to try and keep the ship up in the air. But you can see that the cloud layer that you were once above is starting to get closer and closer, and you're starting to lose altitude.
So I'm wondering if I try doing mending, would that like kind of repair the bristles from being burnt out?
If you could climb down to physically touch them, you would repair the damaged bristles, but you wouldn't be able to put the magic back into them.
Uh-oh.
Sam got booze.
Uh-oh. And you're muted.
She's-
We couldn't hear your cheer.
You see, I've got to drive, so I've got a pint of Pepsi Max and vodka, and that's about as much as I'm drinking tonight. So
Are you so happy now, Sam?
the broomstick is losing the broomstick-powered ship is starting to lose altitude. The broomsticks themselves are clearly damaged, and the captain is rather concerned that the storm around the Kraken is following you.
The storm came from the ship, right?
No.
No, okay. It's just in the sea.
The storm sprung up. The storm sprung up around the Kraken.
Around the Kraken.
So as the Dragon Priest was summoning the Kraken, a whirlpool formed in the middle of the ocean. The Kraken's tentacles started to come out, and then the clouds just went dark and lightning strikes.
What kind of creature is the Kraken? It's just a fiend, right? But
Yeah, it's a
never know.
Kraken.
You've only seen 4 of the giant tentacles coming out of the water. At the end of each tentacle was like a 3 kind of pronged mouth with teeth on the inside.
Well, okay, yeah.
It's partially Vulcan?
Live long and suffer.
Live long and suffer.
No, I'm just trying to think, because if it were undead, that would be I would have some
It might be
advantage on
crustacean.
some also. But I don't think it's considered undead.
How would you determine that?
I'm sorry, didn't you determine that last time? When
Because you did
put your-
shoot it a couple of times.
Well, but you put your cloak on.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Would I have known if it was undead, or if it was like a fiend, or
Technically speaking, unless the tentacles were showing sign of advanced decomposition, you would have assumed that it was a living creature. Between the ship's cannons, the crew, and the party, you did actually manage to land some damage on one of the tentacles, the one that was wrapped around the boat. So there was blood coming from it and all sorts.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Okay, so it's not going to help in this case. I think it would have helped maybe with one of the other ships.
It may or may not be a cephalopod.
No, I have when trying to find information or recall information, I have advantage on undead. So if it just was thinking, if I was pretty sure that wasn't what it was, but
So Sam's got a literal goblet.
I actually have a set of 12 of these. It's from my grandpa before he passed away. He gave them to me. And there's a butter dish, and there's like a tea set with it, and it's all this deep red, like, they're thick too. They're beautifully done.
Like a burgundy?
It's deeper than that.
Omar,
Hmm.
if I were to take out my bow and look through the scopes, would I be able to see this creature or anything through the clouds with any of the lenses?
Give me a
allow that?
d20.
D20. All right.
So are you mixing or you're
Find
just
out.
doing shots?
It's a dice roll of 10.
Do it on the
Okay.
rocks.
With your scope that's attached to your bow, remember it's not a completely sealed tube. There are lots of little lenses that can flick down in front, as if you're going to the opticians and having your eyes checked. And you cycle through some of the lenses because you still haven't figured out what all of these do yet. You cycle through a couple of lenses, they just seem to tint what you see into slightly different colours, maybe enhancing the contrast or kind of dulling down the glare a little. And then you flick down one which is clearly magical and gives you almost a thermal view through the clouds. Now you can see bright flashes of lightning as these are giving off heat and burning the air around them. But all this is effectively in kind of in black and white.
Right.
So you see crackles of heat moving through the clouds. You look down deeper into through the cloud layer, and you can see what appears to be the surface of the water, almost black with cold, and just able to make out the lightning strikes around the whirlpool, and you can just see the faint wisps of glowing arms of the tentacles of the Kraken.
Okay, and it's clearly following us, moving along as we are up in the clouds.
You've travelled several miles up since, well, as you were ascending and moving across to the point where you are, you have travelled several miles, and the storm is following you. It's moving with you.
Okay.
But if you think of the storm as part of the Kraken's attack mode, so to speak,
Yeah.
because it's the Kraken that's summoning the storm and using the lightning in the storm to attack the ship. In fact,
I was gonna say we need to find a way of not just getting away from this, but protecting the ship from this storm.
3 lightning strikes come within inches of the ship's hull, but manage to just miss the ship itself. Sam, you've managed to get Eric free from the straps. You begin working on Jeff. Mr. Pump is awake throughout all of this, but is now able to sit up and get to his feet. As he does, can I get a dexterity saving throw from Mr. Pump?
I see such a really not good scenario right now.
You're saying the same thing I am.
That's a 5.
Oh my
It's a
god.
5 total.
Oh yeah. Totally
I'm really
falls
thinking of him
on
like
the road.
falling through the ship and then
So as
Oh man,
as the ship is leaning over, and Mr. Pump's trying to get to his feet, he hasn't quite got his sea legs yet. He's been mostly strapped down for this voyage.
Mr. Pump uses cannonball.
He begins to slide slightly, and only manages to catch himself by grabbing onto one of the massive beams that makes up the ship's frame. The shift in the weight pulls the ship over even further, and everyone on board can feel not only the ship listing over to the left, but also the nose of the ship is starting to dip down as you see loose objects falling forward to the front of the ship. Sliding forward to the front of the ship and over to the left.
Okay, can I stop doing whatever I'm doing with Jeff and go grab Mr. Pump and pull him the other way?
Can you roll a 30 on a d20?
I just want to go roll on the thing, no?
I mean, if you can if you can do a 30, I'll let you have it.
I have a 30-sided dice.
That's.
That's what I would need.
Do you have a strength of +5? +10?
Heck no.
Oh wait,
Okay.
Negative.
actually, yeah, I might have like a.
Okay, can I tell him to come over this way? Pull yourself over this way?
Mr. Pump has
Before you
just,
go that way.
by grabbing onto the beam of the ship, he's just about stopped himself being thrown through the hull.
Could you pull yourself together, Mr. Pump?
There would have been a little Mr. Pump-shaped outline of a hole in the hull as he just slides out.
I would have been more curious about the Mr. Pump hole shape in the cloud.
Yeah.
The
Hand in
cartoon
the
style.
Kraken.
Just
You know what? I've just had something that just went through my mind there.
Holding up a sign or something.
Mr. Pump holding the warhammer and the battle axe, and just Leroy Jenkins off the side of the ship,
That's honestly what I was thinking.
just
Better
free
cannonball
falling
away.
through the clouds with the battle axe and the warhammer.
Oh my.
No need to swim, bitches! And just go for it.
Oh, yeah. Then, okay, Google, can you play Free Falling?
Okay, Google, play Bat Out of Hell by Meatloaf. Oh, my Google just piped up there.
Just started playing.
Okay, Google, stop. Right, Mr. Pump, you are just about hanging on for dear ballast, shall we say. Sam, you've stopped trying to release Jeff. What are you going to do?
And don't try and grab Mr. Pump. Like, you're not strong enough.
Did you say what do you want to do?
Yeah, because Mr. Pump weighs a little bit more than a Volkswagen Beetle. He also doesn't transform into Bumblebee, which is unfortunate.
So you can just push those over.
Well, you know, when someone gets in a serious distress, they can usually get the adrenaline pumping and actually move things. So are you panicking, Sam?
I am panicking.
Can you lift the entire ship?
Okay, well, the side that I'm with right now, like Jeff, he is on which side, left or right?
Well, he's dead center. That was the point. Mr. Pump is over on the left side, hanging onto one of the beams, trying to stay
I don't think I
upright.
can put Mr. Pump back. If I can't even pull him to the other side of the thing he's on, I don't think I'm going to be able to get him back to the center.
You can all hear the
I don't want-
creaking of the ship's hull as the rudder slams over to one side to try and pull the ship back level, and is unable to do so. You can hear the straining of the rigging, kind of groaning through the wood of the hull, and you can hear the occasional ping and snap. Sam, you can hear from up on deck a lot of shouting. For those of you that are on deck, the crew are frantically trying to secure the lines. They're trying to move as much weight on the deck over to the right-hand side of the ship to try and balance it out.
Ah.
Good evening. Audio connecting.
I would ask the captain what I could do to help. Because I have no clue.
Alright.
There
Hi.
you go.
Good evening, sir.
Hey.
Yeah, I got it working. Oh, I know why. That Zoom screen's too bright. Okay. That's a little bit better.
So, Dustin, you shout up to the captain asking if there's anything that you can do. The captain kind of just looks at you and shrugs. It looks like we're going down. Batten the hatches. Seal all the decks. Bring in the riggings. She's going down, and she's going down hard.
That
This
is
is more
what she
fun
said.
than this.
Yes, Brian, yes.
Dustin, as you look back towards the bow of the ship, watching the cloud layer coming up to meet your eye line as the ship dips down, you hear a loud crack, and a huge bolt of lightning strikes the deck of the ship, knocking you back to the onto your ass. As you kind of sit up and look around yourself, you see a strange-looking man wearing what looks like suede overalls.
Omar?
There's copper plates stitched around the overalls, and he turns around to you looking rather confused. Bart, over to you.
Okay. I get up, I look around, and I'm trying to figure out where I'm at. Last thing I knew, I was sitting around in my workshop playing around with a Tesla coil, and I was struck by lightning. And next thing I know, here I am.
Occupational
So I
hazards.
was out in the cabin of my own recycled ship over in Kroll, other side of the place, and somehow ended up here.
Okay, good night, Marie. Don't forget to check the stars on your way to bed. Excuse me.
Night, Marie.
So, a strange-looking man wearing a suede jumpsuit with copper plates kind of riveted and stitched all around his body is standing on the middle of the deck. Brian and Dustin, you see this straight away.
Hello. You are.
Who are you?
My name is Ant.
I'm Gerald, the cleric of Offler.
Would you like a sausage?
Pamphlet, maybe?
Oh, yeah, that's true. Here, have a pamphlet.
Yeah.
You hear a shout from the from the rear deck as the captain notices this new arrival on the deck of his ship. Is he with one of yous?
We're not sure. He just appeared.
Well, watch where you're throwing that lightning around, man. Can you not see we're having a bit of an emergency?
My apologies, Skipper. I just arrived.
Well, make yourself useful. We're going down. To your surprise, Bart, you see that the deck of the ship that you're standing on is actually not on the water. It's currently descending through the cloud layer. As you glance up, you see what looks like a large balloon made of some kind of rubberized material that's being held down and attached to the ship by lots of rope rigging. The balloon isn't deflating, but you feel like the ship is starting to lose speed as it tilts down to the left and begins to nose back down into the cloud layer. Lightning begins crackling all around the ship again.
Well, I like that stuff.
None of which hits the ship.
That's good.
That's fine.
Can our new wizard make a dexterity saving throw, please?
Busting out the 20.
I was wondering if you're going to shut him out. Are you looking for more hairs?
Oh, wonderful.
I just found another
Critical
streak
fail.
today.
1.
Oh!
First dice roll for the new set. Oh,
And
boy.
How much?
as the ship falls, we notice the wizard not falling with the ship.
One of the lightning strikes not only hits the wizard and blows him across the deck of the ship towards the bow.
It's okay. Sam.
A lucky day.
Not so far. Take 11 points of damage for that
That was
one.
yesterday.
Take 11 points of damage. But also make sure your arcomechanical armor is now at full charge. The wizard picks himself up off the deck, and Dustin, your hunter's eyes see something a little strange on the front of this leather suit that he's wearing. It seems to be glowing blue from a circular item attached to the chest of the suede boiler suit. And when that lightning bolt hit him, it almost didn't hit him. It seemed to be grounded across all the copper pads around his body and siphoning the lightning into the center of his chest.
Oh. Is it made of iron, man?
My what?
I was asking if it was made of iron.
If what's made of iron?
Copper. Copper. Okay.
The amulet on Bert's chest.
So it's copper.
Yeah. Careful with the copyright strikes there.
Yo, gotta watch it.
We know what Disney are like. There's going to be a DMCA takedown by the end of this episode.
We'll have ourselves a huge legal battle.
Didn't make it a Byron.
Okay, Sam.
What is that thing you've got there, sir?
Oh, it's my pet. She darts around and protects me sometimes.
Okay.
As you see the wizard getting back to his feet, you can see that the lightning is still crackling all over the outside of his body and being sucked into the chess piece. Sam, you are below decks. Are you coming up on decks? Or are you staying down with Mr. Pump?
Well, Mr. Pump is still having issues, right?
Mr. Pump is having maintaining an upright mobility situation issues, yes.
I don't know if I can help with that. But we're going down anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna go back up top. Yeah.
Okay. Eric, you can try and... You're holding on to one of the ship's beams at the moment. You can try and pull yourself up onto the other side of the ship. Maybe rebalance it.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Or attempt.
Okay. We're going to need 2 rolls from you. A strength roll and a dex roll. Sorry, saving throws both.
Okay. I should probably decide which is...
Let's call this one strength.
Okay, good. That's a...
Please don't get a 20.
That's a 14.
Okay.
Strength. Not bad. 12.
Okay.
Dex.
You manage to hold on to the beam and you start pulling yourself underarm across the beam, almost as if you were traversing monkey bars. In the meantime, your kind of stone golem feet are scraping along the deck of the ship, trying to get any kind of toehold or foothold possible, and you manage to pull yourself over to the other side of the ship. And you feel the ship start to level out a little. It's still listing slightly to one side, but nowhere near as bad. You can still hear continuing shouts of the crew up on deck, and you can hear the crack and the shriek of lightning around the boat as it splits the air.
So the boat is still leaning to one side, or
still leaning a little bit to the left, nowhere near as bad. You've managed to kind of balance out some of that.
Am I able to continue to try to... I don't know if I want to push my luck.
It's one of those times where a critical fail, but also a critical success are bad.
Yeah.
20 strength. Awesome. You ripped the ship in half.
Yeah, a 20 on the strength and a 1 on the dexterity.
Yeah. And the front of the ship breaks off and you're still holding on to it.
This boat floating in the air with Mr. Pump just holding both sides.
What, like Spider-Man trying to pull the ship back together?
Yeah. Oh, all right. I guess I'll just kind of hold where I am for now and assess the situation.
Stop it, Sam.
I can't. I was up till 4.
Okay. Brian, you're up on the in the wheelhouse with the captain and the bosun. You feel the ship is starting to level off a little, at least from side to side, but she's still nosing down. Do you have anything in your repertoire that may help?
Good question.
Well, I don't know what happened to that spider because he hasn't reappeared.
Since last night.
Oh, it's in your hair now.
Oh, it probably would be.
He's probably in your drink. That's where they tend to go.
I'm not
But
sure
if you
spiders
think
are.
of it as a
like-
scorpion.
I'm not sure spiders are natural vodka drinkers. I think it's a skill.
To clarify, the lightning is chasing us?
I'm not sure the people are natural vodka drinkers either.
The entire
Doesn't stop them.
the entire lightning storm is indeed chasing the boat.
Chasing, okay.
Run!
Now, I'm not sure. It would be a little unorthodox, but I do have freedom of movement. Could it encompass the boat?
What?
Judge's ruling. We're gonna need a judge's
So then
ruling
the
on this
boat
one.
would freely move through the air.
This is too much for
In
me.
what
I'm going
direction?
to space.
As long as it's not
How
freely
did you
moving
do
through
that?
the air downward.
Whoa.
Right.
Sam is the
Okay.
meteor shower.
So freedom of movement is a willing creature. So no. And for the duration, it's unaffected by difficult terrain. So you could cast it on yourself, and then you can move around the deck as if it's completely flat, calm water. Not affected by the angle of the deck, not affected by the ship bouncing up and down. You could cast it on one of the crew members. It lasts an hour. And that's about it. But it's not going to affect the ship in any way at all. So basically it cancels difficult terrain, which is what you're technically on now, because the boats are rocking and nobody's a knocking.
I'll knock.
So for a creature with Mr. Pump,
That would work for Mr. Pump, yes.
So could he just push the boat from the outside?
Don't you mean hang off the back of the boat? You're a good couple of 1,000 feet up in the air, remember?
Wait, freedom of movement though?
Yeah, but hanging off a flying object doesn't really count as difficult terrain. Difficult to get out of, perhaps, but not difficult terrain.
It's difficult terrain for Mr. Pump.
Yeah.
I mean,
Zero gravity.
walking on literal eggshells could be a difficult terrain for Mr. Pump, but no, it doesn't make you anti-gravity.
Okay.
If you were to somehow cast Tensor's floating disc and enchant Mr. Pump with this freedom of movement, we could turn him into the Silver Surfer. But he's going to have to ace every single deck saving throw.
You got this, Mr. Pump. You got this.
I do not. I do not.
To say, just give
I
him
am-
your Air Jordans.
If there's one thing
I
I'm
thought about
confident
that,
in,
but there would be nothing for him to jump off of.
The broom.
if there's one thing I'm confident in, it's that I do not have that.
What, the ability to make deck saving throws repeatedly?
Yes, exactly.
What happened when he jumped off the ship with the Air Jordans to the other ship? Nothing?
Which other ship?
I believe it just increased my jumping distance.
When he did,
But it didn't, like, do something.
no, when he was boarding the pirate ship, it just meant he could jump further.
Yeah. He can jump further, but he has nothing to jump to.
Yeah, right.
But he could jump.
Listen, I'm gonna tell
he
you,
could
I have,
jump to even out the boat.
I have
Like
yet.
if he can't get anywhere, he could jump it. I know it's
we're
small.
we're real far ahead here. I have yet to even be above deck.
No,
I
I'm
don't
talking
even-
below deck.
I don't even know we're in
You
the
want
air.
him to jump in the middle of the ship?
Then he would make a
Just go
pump
if I want
shaped.
a boat that's going down, I don't want to be below deck.
He would be in a pump. He would make a pump shaped hole in the side of the hull as he jumps out of the boat.
Right, yeah, but it's just like I don't even think I would move. I think my feet would just go through the.
Go for the aft.
Well,
You're gonna
that's
do
what
that.
I was
Wait, no.
wondering. When you
That's
jumped the
what she's
last time,
wondering.
it didn't go
Could
through.
you just...
If he jumps through the bow, that'll balance it out because he's gonna break out enough weight, hopefully, of the bow.
Okay, so
We don't want
It's gonna
him
be a long
jumping.
fall, though.
so basically, Eric, the party is suggesting that you bail out because you're the problem
no!
here,
That's what you are saying.
I was trying to problem solve.
and take that damn Jeff with you.
Yeah.
Take your bag of spare parts with you.
My name is Jeff.
Mr. Pump gets kicked out of the bar, and then his luggage comes with him.
Oh man.
My name is Jeff.
My name's Jeff.
Oh, I love it.
I'm sure I
Okay, so we know
remember.
Mr. Hydrate.
What was the name of that? What was the name of that comedian? Dave Chappelle. I'm sure I remember Dave Chappelle doing that. My name's Jeff. But okay.
Where's yours, Eric?
I've got water.
That's cheating.
Up on deck, the crew are still frantically trying to do anything they can to stop the ship going down, but the captain is looking over the back of the ship, and he's seen the state of the broomsticks. Sam Squared, welcome.
Sam!
The broomsticks that are not on fire are either burnt out or are crackling so badly they look like they're about to go any minute.
Brian, do you have something else?
Can I tell if the storm has a positive charge to it, and if there's any way that I could negatively charge the upper portion of the ship
Well, I
in
don't
order to
have
get a propulsion away from the storm?
Okay, well, technically, because the Kraken is casting the lightning upwards, it's using a negative charge. Because the lightning is going up into the clouds, not down to the ground. But then, technically speaking, all lightning goes up from the ground anyway. It just happens so fast you don't notice it.
Wouldn't you
Yeah,
want?
Some sprites do form in the upper atmosphere and manage to.
Wouldn't you want it to be the same charge though? No, that's. No.
Well, then we'd be put towards.
Yeah, right.
I'm trying to see if we can get a repulsion effect on it.
Yeah. I'm thinking magnets instead of electricity.
Combine the two.
Yeah, Eric was thinking magnets. I was thinking about my experiences at speed dating. Never mind. The ship continues to descend, and you see it now drop through the storm clouds. And all of you on deck, for the first time, you can see the water several thousand feet below you. Surrounded in a ring of lightning bolts, you can see the three arms of the Kraken kind of writhing around out of the whirlpool. And it seems to indeed be following you.
Well, could you tell it to stop, DM?
Has anybody tried that? Hey, can you not?
Ankh-Morport PD, pull over.
Let's see.
Merkel?
You know, I have speak with animals. I wonder
Right,
if
yeah.
That
Yeah.
Okay.
animal friendship.
Do you have speak with abominations? Because I think that's more.
What's the range on your Speak with Minor Abomination spell? This should be good.
Throw crayons to the Kraken. They don't hang out with them.
Wait. Is there no range on this? There's technically no range given.
Okay. What's the spell save DC? Because I can't believe I've actually got a roll for the Kraken.
Wait, no. I just literally can speak with the beast. Verbally. You gain the ability to comprehend and verbally communicate with beasts for the duration.
Speak to the beast.
The knowledge and awareness of many beasts is limited by their intelligence. But if
Well, if you're going for it, go for it.
Yep.
It just lasts 10 minutes. That's all it says.
Okay.
Just hope it doesn't talk like, tree ends. It takes like 3 hours to get a sentence out.
What language? I mean, I don't know what language Krakens speak, but I'm sure they must know whale.
I would imagine something, whatever Cthulhu speaks.
Abyssal?
Okay, so are you casting this, Dustin?
Yeah, I'll try it.
Right. Okay.
Like,
Aquan.
Okay.
It says that in the 5th edition for D&D, the Kraken speaks common Aquan.
oh, that's probably
Yeah, that's like
Water.
merman language.
merfolk. Speak that.
Okay. Ooh. Okay. You hear the shrieking and the roars and the crackles of thunder and lightning around you, and there's only one word that seems to be forming in your mind. That is destroy.
Why?
On the very edges of your perception, and give me a perception roll, please.
Perception? Yep, I can do that. That is a dirty 20.
On the very edges of your perception, you also hear almost a rhythmic chanting. But it's coming from much further away. It's not coming directly from the Kraken. It's in a language that the Kraken can understand, hence you can understand.
Okay. Somebody else is speaking to it or forcing it to do this. Is that what I'm getting? Basically?
You're just hearing the overwhelming sound attack, destroy, come from the Kraken. Meanwhile, you're hearing a chanting way, way off in the distance, almost like a whisper. And that one is saying attack. Meanwhile, the ship takes 2 solid hits from the lightning.
Oh man. I would like to tell this creature
To kindly fuck up.
no.
The ship takes another 21 points of damage.
We don't see another ship, do we?
No, I'm talking about the ship that you're on.
How many?
Right, but I'm saying we can't see another ship, but we knew there was one at one point.
You can't see it at the moment, but yes, you knew that the dragon ship was chasing you.
I will say that if it helps us destroy the dragon ship, it will be free to do as it pleases and will no longer be under somebody's control.
Okay. Ship takes another lightning hit for 15 points.
I assume it's still just the same destroy.
That's all you're sensing from the Kraken. Amidst all the shrieks of anger and the roars of the storm around you, you're just hearing that one word, almost as if it's just repeating it over and over again to itself. Destroy, destroy, destroy.
I really wish.
So this creature's not going to stop at all, but there's reason to believe it's being controlled by somebody on another ship. We're going to have to stop them from being able to do that in order to get away from this situation.
Yeah,
Okay.
we
I
should
think-
stop that
I
person.
think we need to turn around and face this ship. Find out, disrupt this enchanter, this sorcerer.
Okay, so, Dustin, you're talking about killing me, bro. Like, it's following me in my ring, my Kraken ring that's on my finger.
Do any
do that.
of you magical
cut it off.
folks have the identify
take it
spell?
I said
No.
cut it off. You gotta cut it off.
I do. And
You-
we identified it before, but I can do it again.
You need to identify, and you actually need to roll well this time.
Sam, you
Just
got plenty of
pound
fingers. You can lose one.
Give me a d20.
This is why you don't put stuff on anymore.
While you're doing this, the ship drops another 100 feet down from the clouds.
It's a 19! 19! Woo!
So
Okay.
should we treat it as precious?
Voice.
Bite the finger up?
To that roll, Sam.
Frodo of the Nine Fingers.
Sam, to that roll, can you add
Yep.
either your Arcana or your History?
My what or my history?
Arcana
Arcana.
or History?
History it is.
They're both intelligent. Unless
26.
you have
26.
Yeah, but Arcana, I have 0, and history, 7.
Okay.
I'll go bring it.
Wearing the ring. Actually, let me see how vivid this is going to be. Oh, okay. Wearing the ring, you are, for the first time, able to sense. Almost you. Okay. You see flashes of images in your mind. Almost like a little mini montage in a movie. You see the Kraken looking up from beneath the water with a boat above, and the tentacles reach out as it shoots up from the water and ensnares the ship. You feel the ship in your tentacles being gripped and squeezed, and then a small little sharp jolt of pain as one of the teeth are torn out from the tips of your tentacles. The image fades out of your mind almost instantly. Next thing you know, you are sitting in a small wooden shed. There's ropes and netting hanging from the ceiling. You seem to be sitting on a little wooden barrel, and you appear to have the hands of a very weathered old man. And he's holding what looks like a piece of coral, and he's gently carving it with a knife, scraping away tiny pieces of the coral bone, and carving with the knife. He seems to think it's a piece of coral, but it's not. It's the tooth that broke off from the Kraken, and he's slowly carving it into the shape of the ring that you're wearing. This ring.
Oh shit!
Yee.
I say, it looks like you're wearing it. That's
It's
You make that a
beautiful!
secret.
Sam, that's what I've ordered you.
Really?
Because it was far cheaper to buy on Amazon than it was for me to try and make it.
What size?
It's adjustable. It's the same as my piece. It's a spiral. You can open it up as big as you want.
And it's going. No.
Oh.
Right there.
Well, while you are having these images, the tentacles on your ring begin to animate. And the tentacles begin wrapping around your hand and your wrist, crawling up your forearm.
Is this gonna turn into a weird hentai? I'm scared.
You feel a very dark energy emanating from within this ring. You feel all the fear and the anger and the hatred that the Kraken has for anything above the water coming through the ring. And it is all focused on the finger that ring is being held on. And as you are feeling these images, the ring comes to life and begins writhing around your hand.
Is your finger turning purple?
Cut it off! Okay, but I can't. I'm gonna try to take it off again. I don't think that's gonna work, but I'm just gonna yell for everyone to help. Because if they have to cut it off, then they gotta cut it off.
Have you tried talking to it?
There, honey. It's gonna be okay.
I can't make the googling purrs that Gizmo did in Gremlins. But he'd been making that kind of like cooing, whistling sound. No, it's not listening to you. And as you get closer to the Kraken again, it starts to grip tighter around your hand. You put it on your left hand, and it's gripping tightly around your left hand, almost pulling your hand into a fist and curling it in on itself. Brian, did you happen to have removed curse?
I do have removed curse.
Convenient.
Is it one that you have prepared for the day?
No, it's not.
Inconvenient.
However,
You don't have it prepared when we have points to rogue.
Okay.
the thing is, can I maybe get a divine inspiration from Offlar?
Do you have any divine inspiration points to use at this stage?
Yes.
Okay. With that divine inspiration, I will allow you to cast Remove Curse, but as a ritual, which is going to take you about 10 minutes. The rest of the party, in the meantime, need to figure out how to keep this ship in the air for the next 10 minutes. And no amount of peanuts and in-flight movies are going to help.
Anybody have levitate?
Is there anything? Well, I'll see. Check with the captain. Is there anything we could unload that's super heavy but unnecessary?
Okay,
The crew have already...
Besides the goal.
The crew have already started throwing things like the cannons and the cannonballs off the side of the ship. They've already been doing that, trying to bring the ship back to level, but they're still not able to lose enough weight for what little power is left from those broomsticks.
I'm starting to wonder if I'm going to have to... I'm starting to wonder if I'm going to have to get rid of Jeff a little early.
And they're not breaking, right? They've lost power.
Oh no, some of them are broken, some of them are on fire. Some of them look like they've been burnt to cinders and there's nothing left. They look like bits of charcoal sticking out the back of the ship. And the few that are still operating are crackling with energy that they shouldn't be.
If I used mending on the broken ones, is that enough to do anything, or are they too far gone?
You can't mend a magical item.
Oh yeah.
So you could mend the wood, but you wouldn't be able to restore the magic to the broomsticks. And you would have to be doing a lot of that with one hand while Brian tries to cut the ring finger off the other.
I've got a mending also, so I was thinking about using on the balloon portion.
Do you have any other wizard spells?
Kind of. But there's a 90% chance I'm going to damage something when I do it. I'd say.
That's a terrible percent chance.
Unless that's your intention.
What are you trying? What's the possibility of you damaging?
Yeah, let us into your mind.
Shuffle a deck, pick a card, any card.
Yeah.
Why do I have a feeling that this is Fate's pawn?
Like, you just appeared on our ship. You could maybe help with this?
So, I'm going to underline that, and then I'm going to nip to the toilet for a second. But the new player in the Game of the Gods is indeed Fate. A middle-aged woman... middle-aged woman in black robes with eyes as dark as starlight is how Fate has been described in the Pratchett books. Now, Fate is not a god. Not one that would pop out of existence because people no longer believe in her. Fate is an eternal, just as is death. And it is Fate who is now sitting at this game board. And it is indeed Faith who has placed a new piece on this game board. So with
Damn,
that,
Buffalo, you're important.
we are going to take a little break and be right back.
Wow.
getting information from my car loan guy. I
Oh,
was talking about doing an upgrade.
loan shark. Nice.
Yeah, that's why I was a little distracted there, so I was responding to him.
I've got to find somewhere to put dice cams so it's not obscuring anything. I may have to do your
I
face
can
again,
give
Dustin.
you an idea. There's one person you could just throw that right over.
No, that,
Yeah, there is one
It's
person
like he's
that
peeking over the fence.
there's one person that just doesn't
Sunglasses?
ever move. It's weird. I don't.
Yeah, but one of these days, I will boo, and you're just gonna freak out.
Gonna give us all heart attacks.
Just gonna put on the same outfit, go outside,
Right.
just stand there, and
What
then all
did
of a sudden just start moving.
do green screen or something like that.
You know what? He's gonna throw us off because when he does have his camera live, he's gonna have his climbing hat on.
Right.
what, and just green screen the English
Yeah,
countryside behind him.
I don't know. Is that Appalachian countryside?
That is Tennessee.
Yeah, Appalachian countryside.
At least I'm pretty sure that's Tennessee. It's either that or Alabama, but I'm pretty sure it's Tennessee.
Yeah, I would go for Tennessee. That would be my
It kind of looks like the area south of the St. Lawrence too.
I mean, it's
Like
near the
that
border,
looks
I know
down
that.
back.
Not too far. Because I know one of the days I went and ended out, just barely crossed the border, but I think that was the one I was in Tennessee. I know it's like a yearly trip, but I go down to the Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia. Near that kind of.
Right, we just went out there, Sam, with more booze.
Another bottle? What do you got this time? Vodka?
And chips.
You're muted.
Same thing.
No.
Are you just hiding it in the paper bag so nobody notices?
Oh, professional
This is-
wino.
This is water bottle.
Uh-huh.
Street wino.
water. Yeah.
Water bottle. Yeah, I've heard
Yeah.
that excuse.
Mm-hmm. I did that when I was young.
Vodka.
I was a bad child.
And you
Yeah,
stopped
some
being
of
a
the
bad
guys-
child when?
Some of the guys in high
Yeah.
school would take like a quarter of a 2-liter pop bottle and then fill it with booze. So it was like a 1/4 mix.
Oh yeah, we do. I used to do that whenever I went out anywhere because you're not allowed to drink alcohol on public transport in the UK. So I would just fill like a 750ml bottle of pop half full of vodka. I did once
Those two?
back when I was at uni and I used to play poker a lot. I used to fill a Jack Daniel's bottle with tea, just black tea, and just be drinking that while everyone else was actually drinking.
Chug it.
Yeah. And at the end of the night, they were all like falling over themselves, and I'm stone cold sober and winning.
You know this as a young lass, and you never, ever, ever show that that is there. Nothing.
Only that you've got slightly more push up on one side than the other.
You,
That's normal.
You get into bar, you go to bathroom, you go glug glug. Cheap
All
ass
is good.
feather.
Yeah, but if you go to the right place, they just have them hidden in the bathroom already.
They just have what?
If you go to the right place, they're already there in the bathroom hidden.
Yeah, usually in the bathrooms in nightclubs over here, you've got some foreign guy like handing you towels when you wash your hands and trying to get you to try all the different aftershaves on, hoping for a tip.
Yeah, they do that here. Like if you go to clubs in Toronto,
I was gonna say maybe in
they're
Toronto.
actually like that.
Yeah, it's everywhere in the UK, unless it's like
Well-
a bar somewhere or a pub.
Guarantee
Also,
you don't find that in the
types of clubs
U.S.
in the immediate area.
I've-
Which I don't want to discuss.
Yeah, I've been to a lot of clubs in Toronto.
That guy gets beat up probably more than anything if he tries that.
No. He's there at the permission of the staff. If you touch him, it's like laying hands on one of the bouncers. You'll
And you
get
think that's
battered
gonna
and then
stop
thrown
an
out.
American?
No, the funniest one, where we were in Budapest, in one of their ruin bars. So they'll take like a small city block. Budapest is modelled after 16th century Paris. So you've got like an apartment block with a courtyard in the centre. And it would normally be 2 stories, or potentially 3 stories. And one of the biggest ruin bars is... oh crap, what was it called? Is it Flex? But anyway, in this bar, they basically take all these apartments, these old dilapidated apartments, knock all the walls through, and connect all the rooms of these old apartments together into one giant club floor. And then you can look over the balcony at what would have been a courtyard and a fountain, and that's where the main bar is downstairs. And all the original decor is there. All the little 18th century brass radiators are still attached to the walls, and you're sitting in somebody's bathroom with a cast iron roll-top tub, and there's some like chintzy chairs laid out. And then next door you've got what would have been somebody's kitchen with all the pipework still there. And it's a stoner's paradise of a club. But I was in the toilet block of this, because it's an old communist building. It's all shared facilities for all the residents. And there was this old woman who looked like somebody's angry grandmother that was basically the attendant in the male toilets. And every time you went to use the toilet, she would scowl at you the whole time you were trying to pee. That was the first we figured out, because I was there with Mr. P. We figured out that if you tipped her first, she would not look at you. So you just leave like €1 there, which is like a day's wages in Hungary. You just drop €1 into the saucer and you can go and pee in privacy. You do it first, and then she'll oh, okay, yes, she's very polite, and she'll stare at somebody else. But she'll just staring at you, like hoping your Johnson would fall off. Because then she's got to go with the mop and clean up any spray that you've left. Anybody that suffers from performance anxiety, it's really disturbing.
Yeah, that'd probably be a problem for me then. Someone staring at me, it's
Did you
really
get a
hard
mint
to...
after?
I mean, she was like 5'2". She's got the little headscarf on, tied really tight. Looks like a tiny little Russian babushka, just staring at you and holding the mop with one hand. Is like
That's exactly what I thought of when you started describing her.
I mean, it was so unnerving the first time she did it that I just left like a €5 tip, which is something like 50 Hungarian florins, which is like a full day's wages for most people in Hungary. I just left the 5 because it was the only coin. I just randomly pulled coins out of my pocket and just, like left them in the tray. After that, after that, the looks that I was getting from her after that was like, would sir like anything extra? It's like, I've gone too far. I've gone too far.
Thanks for the offer.
It's like, untouched by the human hands.
See, imagine if you had tipped her first.
No. I mean, I
no.
didn't check how many teeth were missing, but it definitely wasn't all gums. So, no. Right, okay, the ship is going down still. You've dropped down below the cloud layer, and you can see very clearly, well, those of you on deck can see very clearly that the Kraken is still writhing away in the water. Dustin, you have communicated with said beastie, and you are sensing a single purpose driving it. Meanwhile, Sam is down below, well, Sam is trying to make her way above decks, while at the same time trying to identify what the hell she's got on her finger, and is beginning to realise that this is not going to come off easily.
I mean, it will.
Mr. Pump, you are below decks. You are managing to steady yourself by leaning to one side and bracing yourselves on the beams of the ship. You consider taking a few steps backwards to change the centre of gravity. Can I get another dexterity saving throw from you?
when he
15.
asked for all
And it
six at the
works.
same time.
So as you kind of like crab walk on this, bracing yourself against the ceiling, you walk back towards the stern of the ship, and you feel the weight shift in the boat, and the nose start to level out a little. You hear cries from the crew above as they notice the same thing is happening. Dustin, you are still communicating with the Kraken. Brian, you notice that the captain has managed to get the nose of the ship up a little. But as you're looking over the back of the ship, you can still see the storm roiling below you, and the Kraken's tentacles kind of attempting to reach up into the sky and grab you. You're still a good 2,000 feet up, though.
Oh, grab me.
At this point, the rogue kind of bursts out of the hatch from below deck, struggling with her arm as it's like got a life of its own. And jazz
You have to cut
hands.
your arm off?
Jazz.
No, we don't have to cut it off at all. We just toss her overboard. You get to keep your hand and your finger.
Maybe I get to keep my hand and finger.
Do you want to lose your hand forever, or do you want to keep your hand for at least the next 3 minutes?
The rest of your life, you will keep your hand.
Well, technically for the rest of your life also.
The rest of my life would be just lovely.
So you can lose the hand for the rest of your life, or you can keep the hand for the rest of your life. But the rest of your life will only be about 3 minutes.
So if I zap my wand at the octopus tentacles that are going up her hand, I'm assuming I've seen her on deck.
You've seen her on deck, but you're not close enough to see. You're right on the bow of the ship. You're not close enough to see what's going on with the hand.
Okay.
And
Right.
even if you were, you wouldn't really know what's been happening.
Yeah.
Now, Brian, you've been preparing a spell?
Yep.
Okay.
So Brian now knows that something's going on with the ring, seeing the white coral tentacles crawling over the rogue's hand, and Brian, your cleric comes to a conclusion.
Because she couldn't get the ring off before, so that she's putting 2 and 2 together, which is a divine inspiration.
Mark that one off your character sheet.
Yeah. Good thing I had 2, right, Sam?
Yes.
How many times have you saved, Sam?
How many times have I saved?
Have you been saved?
No. Has Brian
What?
saved?
This is only the second time,
Okay.
because there was the acid bath, and then now this.
Yes.
Okay, it was supposed to be a fun tunnel / portal.
Only a
but it just
rogue would
wasn't what I
swim
thought
in
it was. Okay.
It looks so cool and inviting.
Yeah, I deserve a freaking swim.
Yeah, but it was underwater, so where did that water come from?
I mean, if you want another swim,
Bite me, dude. Bite me.
Right up.
I saw that comment of getting me off the ship. I saw that. Arsehole.
you're welcome.
Brilliant.
Okay, the ship is
So the
still
many outweigh the
losing
needs of the
altitude. And I think the battery on my little light is running down. Which doesn't matter because I haven't got dice cam anymore, so I'll move that closer. Ship is still losing altitude and takes 1 more strike of lightning damage. Doing 14 points of damage. You can see that the crew that were doing firefighting, trying to keep the flames down on the hull, are failing as the flames start licking up the front of the ship and over onto the deck. You can see that the sides of the ship have been struck several times. There's blast marks across the wood, and you can also see smoke rising from the sides of the ship as the ship is now starting to descend through the cloud layer, leaving this trail of black smoke behind it. Behind the ship is also that octarine magical glow, that green and purple colour of magic, as the broomsticks begin to burn out and lose pretty much all of their power.
How much time is left on your thing?
10 minutes is a long time in D&D world.
Well, yeah, if you do it in combat rounds, like that's a lot of combat rounds.
Yeah. So
Because each round is like 6 seconds. So there's
Right.
10 rounds in 1 minute.
That's like 100 rounds.
Well, it's
Not quite.
10 turns.
okay. So Brian, you're going to have to grab the rogue, explain to her what's going on, and effectively sit her down calmly on the deck of the ship so that you can start this ritual. You'll need to be doing this uninterrupted as well. Sam, you're going to have to be sitting as still as possible while this ritual is being cast. Meanwhile,
Tom, can you come and tie her down?
the tentacles from the Kraken are writhing up your arm. And meanwhile, the ship is lurching from one side to the other.
So basically, I'll just grab Sam's arm, and I'll say, by the will of Offlar, I'm going to get this off your hand.
Kraken bait.
As you grab the hand, Brian, the tentacles kind of recoil away from your touch and wrap tighter around her fingers. Sam, you're starting to feel considerable pain from this now. Can I get a weapon attack with your knife?
Oh, okay.
Because in sheer desperation and from the pain that you're being inflicted on you, you draw your dagger and try and stab at the ring, at the tentacles as they're writhing around, trying to pry them away from your wrist.
Just call her Norman.
More like the Marine knife game.
Oh, yeah.
That's how she discovered one of the powers of her blade. Was playing that because watching the other sailors
Right,
play that
yeah.
game.
Yeah.
Although she doesn't know that yet. Only Dustin knows that.
And he's still not divulging the secret.
Everyone else was drunk.
No. I will
I was
divulge it.
can dancing.
Do I
You
have
think
to
I'm
plus
gonna tell
9
her
on the 20?
about this knife? Or this dagger? You think that's smart?
Okay, so with a 24, Sam,
With the 9.
you grab the dagger. You're trying to slide it underneath the writhing tentacles. I need a prop to work with. Right. You grab your dagger and you're trying to slide it underneath the tentacles writhing around your arm, and you give it a twist and you manage to sever one of the tentacles. There is a huge shrieking scream coming from below the ship as the Kraken feels the pain of the dagger on the tentacles. Lightning rains down on the boat.
Well,
So do you heal like 1d10 hit points?
And I'm going to need dexterity saving throws from everybody that's on deck.
Oh, yay.
oh,
Okay.
gotcha.
Let's see. What do we
Pick the
got?
right dice this time, Eric.
21.
I'm not on deck.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I'm not
Oh
on deck.
man.
Fine.
Okay.
I
Well,
try to stay off the deck.
I'm not sure if it's a good thing, but it's kind of mysterious that today's the 13th. It's Friday, and my first roll is a 13.
I got a
I got
25.
15. So 15 for a save.
Okay, Sam?
Oh, 21, sorry.
21. Dustin?
25.
25.
Blackjack.
Bart, what was yours?
21.
I rolled a 1 and I've got a +2 modifier.
So, 3. Okay.
He's new to the flying ship thing.
Dustin, you and
I just
Sam
got here. I don't have my
managed to dodge the lightning bolts as they strike the ship. Brian,
I'm trying to dodge it anyway.
you don't. But bizarrely, your armor conducts the electricity around you, meaning that you only take half the damage. Take 16 points of damage.
Not that I want to be hurt, but would that hurt me because I'm, like, pretty much touching him?
No, you managed to avoid it.
Cool.
Bart, you take the full brunt of the lightning as it strikes your suit, ripples and crackles around the body and then gets sucked up into the chest piece. The rest of you have now seen this very clearly for the first time, as the suit absorbs the lightning. You are now in an overcharged state, Bart, so consider that as +1 inspiration.
Who's that Thor?
Good.
All right, noted.
I'm imagining you lifting up a tiny little rock hammer in the pose of Thor. actually, hold that thought. I have a tiny little
Does somebody have a shield he could just, like
one of those little, what is it? Those little hand symbols, you know, finger symbols. Just use one of those as a shield.
Yeah, the Thor doesn't have a shield. Thor just uses the hammer.
no.
So the new wizard is standing on the deck with a hammer aloft, channeling the power of the lightning.
Like I said, I have an actual hammer in my
I
bag.
think I held the wand.
Yeah. That is literally a jeweler's hammer. So steel on one side and nylon on the other.
Gotcha.
It's what Adam Savage would call a little thwacker.
I'll give him my little hammer out of the bag.
By the power of Ringworld?
Okay, Brian, you're going to start your ritual. Let's hope you get it done in time. Let's see. We're going to have to do some kind of complex math here, because I'm not going to run a 60-round combat scenario in place. So, it's going to take you 10 minutes, which is the equivalent of 60 rounds. Sorry, no. 100 rounds to do the spell. The ship is descending, and we'll let the dice decide how many feet per minute the ship is descending. Because I don't want to have to do that kind of math in my head.
It'll land just in time.
The ship is descending at 16 feet per minute. Mr. Pump has managed to stabilize the descent by shifting his weight backwards, so the ship is coming down, but it's coming down quite slowly. Meanwhile, on the bow of the ship, our new wizard is beginning to think he might have some ideas.
Hey, dangerous thing.
Sorry, had to wash a onesie.
What comes after that? Tumbling a twosie.
Okay. Ideas. I've got a turret I can set out.
Josh!
Not
Hello!
anything.
Ah, Seventh
Already let the
Facade,
cat out of the
welcome.
bag. So the cat's out of the bag. I'm in an overcharged state. I do have men for the balloon that I was thinking earlier.
Okay. But it's not the balloon that's leaking air. Or gas. The balloon itself isn't damaged. It's the broomsticks that would keep pushing you forward and lifting the ship that's damaged. But you wouldn't necessarily know that.
So, if I casted like a fire blast on one of them, or Eldritch Blast or Firebolt, would that do anything?
What are you firing at?
The broomsticks.
I'm gonna put
Or the tail end of the ship.
Or-
So you'd have to kind of lean off the back of the ship and fire downwards towards the rudder. Because that's where the broomsticks are located. But that would do damage to the broomsticks.
And it wouldn't necessarily reignite them.
It...
Oh, well, I am an artificer, but I can't actually reach down there that far.
No, and you certainly wouldn't want to ignite the broomstick, because broomsticks on fire just aren't really helping anyone.
Yeah. Well, I was saying magically ignite. So I've got an Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, at this stage the broomsticks are either exhausted of their magical power, or have been pushed so far that they've overheated and started to burn up.
Okay. So if you actually cast a melee on the broomsticks, and then I use my artificer skills in order to place magic back into the broomsticks, would it assist?
It could work, but it's not going to be quick. And you would have to be dangling from a bit of string off the back of the deck of the ship, so you could be in physical contact with it to do the mending spell. And if you're going to then infuse power into it, do you have a flight spell that you can infuse into it?
No, I don't have a flight. I just have the Eldritch Blast, and I was thinking it could use as a means of propulsion.
Okay, then if you were to infuse Eldritch Blast, you're turning the broomstick into basically a wand of Eldritch Fire. So that would be a weapon, not as a propulsion. If you had the flight spell, you could infuse flight back into the broomstick, and that would patch it. That would be a temporary fix.
Hey, blind is a great idea.
Looking at chat, I barely even made it into the Zoom.
Use your charge from the electricity towards the broomsticks.
To power them.
Kind of think
That
that might
seems like
damage
it seems like an okay. I mean, they're damaged.
Do you
Well,
want
it's
to
gonna damage them more. We're gonna fall faster.
Maybe. Yuna has Kraken eyes.
Well,
Look at
depending on
It's so bright and green.
Well,
You're like a
tell
Kraken.
her to knock the lightning off.
Can you take my ring off? It's stuck.
She's using her chin to it.
I know. She used her chin. She's like, I love you.
What spells do you have? Just
memorize right now. Well, I've got a good list of them, but it's mostly offensive ones, and I've got to do a pick and flick in order to cast.
Yeah, Bart is not your typical wizard.
See, normally in Ring World, they're like the 8th, the 8th, the 8th. I'm 1/8, so I'm a cousin of the cousin. So,
nice.
not quite there.
Have you started bleaching that mustache, Sam?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we can't really see it at the moment. You're doing a good job there.
Yeah. Twisting
Precipitation,
it.
Mage Hand, I'll just flash fire.
Those are all great.
What's the lifting
Yeah,
capacity of mage
essentially-
hands?
30 feet away.
5 pounds.
10.
10. Okay. Couldn't remember if it was.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah,
10
you can only do
pounds.
10 pounds.
Sweetheart, I'm in the middle of something.
So if you were able to to cast several thousand of those at once, that might help. So
What am I gonna do?
Army of hands.
mage hands is concentration as well, isn't it?
Probably.
Yeah.
Oh man.
You might,
Mage
however,
hand, you're
Bart, you might, however, be able to confuse the Kraken or disguise the ship somehow with some of your magic. Or maybe even distract the Kraken long enough to buy you some more time. Because right now, what you need is time.
Not all space?
So it's being attracted to the ring right now. If we made the ring appear to be somewhere else,
Well, it's been attracted to the ring, but you don't know that.
Really, only me and Sam can figure it out.
yeah. So I'm just basically concentrating on getting the vessel afloat or further away, or preventing the Kraken from getting it.
Just by either way of distraction or by injuring it or causing it to retreat in some way. I remember you're at least 2,000 feet up in the air at the moment.
Is there any way that I can turn its lightning back on itself? Since I've noticed that I'm absorbing it, can I channel the supercharge and aim for the closest tentacle that seems to be casting lightning?
The nearest tentacle is going to be a good couple of feet, 100 feet below you.
Okay.
but if you roll high enough, I might allow it.
Alright. So, yeah, I'm gonna try to go for the nearest tentacle with the lightning wand. Overcharge it.
Okay, give me a ranged attack with all your bonuses, and make sure your result is above 20.
I wish I could use my spell.
It was not
He didn't
above
roll
20,
enough
was
one,
it?
did he?
No, I got a 4 this time. 11.
11. Okay, Dustin, you're the only one on deck that's not distracted by anything at the moment, and you watch the new mage lean over the bow of the ship and kind of extend his hand down. And you notice that his hands, the glove of his hand, is covered in these little copper plates, the front and the back. And by kind of bringing his hands together, he's charging electricity between his hands, and a bolt of lightning shoots down towards the Kraken. Misses entirely, but it was a good attempt. Somewhere deep below the water, a shark is circling a small school of fish. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the water around the shark boils. And he's now looking at a floating group of sardines, just without the tomato sauce. The shark grins at this and starts chomping up the dead fish. They're a little warmer than he would like, but the taste hasn't changed too much for the worst.
Did you mean to feed that shark?
Now he's going to be following us looking for more.
Making sure we had some dinner later, you know? Get some more fish to float up to the top.
Now, if only there was somebody that could actually cast an illusion spell of some sort to distract the Kraken. Or maybe even make all the sharks attack it.
Alright.
Yeah.
No, Dustin, you're out of
don't know.
range.
Yeah, as you say, you want me to try and speak with the shark? I don't think I'm close enough.
If you can stick your head under the water and do it, you might get away with it. So now we've come full circle. We're now considering throwing Dustin off the boat.
Karma's a bitch.
Hi.
Well, he does have a tendency to wander away from the party.
That is true.
No, he just doesn't follow us into death.
Pause.
That's all.
Oh, shit.
Say that.
Did you crit the ship?
Yeah.
Don't you?
It's the only one that critted, but it was a crit.
Why?
No, I know what spell I want to cast, it just won't work. And it sucks.
Ship takes 44 points of lightning damage from one strike. Bart, your wizard is almost acting as a lightning rod standing out on the front of the bow. Look, Jack, I can fly. Acting almost as a lightning rod, and you soak up most of the lightning, putting you in back into an overcharge state. You're sensing that the chest piece that you've created to absorb all this lightning may be at the limit of its capacity about now.
Oh boy. Should I jump at the Kraken?
Could you send it off into the cloud?
I guess I'm going to try one of the random spells at it. I'm going for it.
Okay. Reckless casting. What level are you casting at?
What's the max that I can do? 2?
Level 2.
2? Alright.
So, for the rest of the party and for the audience, Bart is playing a type of wizard called an Artificer. It originally came out of Unearthed Arcana, so it's not official rules as written, but it was kind of like a testing ground for potential D&D enhancements. It's the type of character that I've played before and I've had a lot of fun with, in that you can cast spells, wizard spells, at level 1 and level 2, but you're not entirely sure what's going to come out. Because maybe you slept through most of those charms lessons with Mr. Flitwick, and maybe Hermione wasn't there to help you complete the homework. So,
Or you're just the agent company.
so in your sheer
The rest
panic
makes me happy.
and your bad memory, you're going to cast a spell. You're just not entirely sure what's going to happen. You remember some random somatic expressions with your hands, and you just
You
kind of
are
make
like
some shit up.
Ron. You're like Ron with his broken wand.
Yeah.
Just goes anywhere.
We do.
So I remember there was
Detect
this,
magic.
and there was something like this, and there was a this, and you just put some stuff together and just see what happens.
So I pulled Detect Magic, so now I probably know that she's got a ring that's cursed.
Okay, so with detect magic, your vision changes very slightly. Rather than seeing normal light, you can now see octarine. Anything with any kind of magical power will glow almost like a halo around the item. So imagine you're seeing in black and white, but wherever there's magic, it glows that pink and blue and green and purple kind of shimmer around
You're
it.
seeing a lot of
He
that.
looks over at my arm and it's just like on fire.
Yeah, Sam's arm is
Your
lit up.
arm, your head, your necklace, everything.
Yeah,
Ryan
most
and
of
Ev.
Sam is lit up in octarine. Most of the cleric is lit up in octarine. Not only
that's
his
probably a good
weapons,
column.
but also his armor. You can see that the balloon and the ship itself isn't glowing, but you can just about make out the trace glows of the broomsticks behind the ship as the glow just rises, kind of billows and gently fades out as it extends from the broomsticks. Looking down over the edge, not only do you see a tremendous amount of glow coming from the Kraken and the tentacles writhing in that whirlpool, but you also see right off in the distance, almost on the horizon, a tiny little but very bright light of octarine, almost like a little star flare burning vertically up from the horizon.
Off in the distance. So we've got between us and the Kraken? Or further behind the Kraken?
Yeah.
From us. Okay. Horrible first rolls. Horrible first spell. Okay.
You also notice that you're glowing, because your arco-mechanical armor is entirely a magical construct. You notice that everything around you is glowing. You notice that your chest piece is glowing particularly brightly, because it's not just charged up with lightning energy. And you notice that that glow is moving beyond the octarine into... Well, Terry Pratchett never really covered what happened once you go beyond the colour of magic. Because you've got your normal wavelength of spectrum and your normal colours that you would see from a rainbow. Then you go into the ultraviolet. Then you go into octarine. And then you go into what it would effectively be gamma and alpha radiation. So your chest piece is now so charged with magic that it's glowing plaid.
I take another drink of whatever I was drinking there.
Is that a Spaceballs reference? Oh my god, they've gone to plaid!
Octarine purple is so pretty. Like, whoa.
Oh, have you looked it up?
I did, because I was like, I've never really heard of like the octarine spectrum. I've heard of all the other ones that you said, but not this one. So I was like, okay.
It's
But
not
it's
like,
beautiful.
it's not like I haven't mentioned it plenty of times in the game.
Yeah, no, this is the first time
No,
it's
I-
totally
Google it
come
this
up.
time.
Yeah.
But I meant like I hadn't heard of that prior to all this, so I was like, okay, I should look it up.
That kind
And
of
these are great
purpley
colours.
blue colour flip is what TVR, the car maker, the British car maker, were famous for. If you actually Google octarine, there is actually a TVR Cerbera as one of the pictures there. And that car was one of my absolute dream cars as a kid. I'm gonna slide this onto
Sorry, what color was it?
So that car there, that kind of blue and purple, that's a TVR Cerbera.
Yes, that's the one I just saw. It's so freaking cool.
Yeah. The car is basically a canoe with a roll cage inside of it. It's all fiberglass. It smells like the inside of a canoe factory if you ever sit in one,
Oh.
and I have sat in one. And it is basically a race car. There's no ABS, there's no power steering, there's no windows, there's barely a stereo. It is just a massive straight line 6 engine in the Speed 6 version, or a V12 in the Speed 12 version, with no traction control, no ABS. It is just raw, hairy-chested brute of a car.
I'm in love.
And I took out, this was with my ex. Let me show you the one that I took out for a test drive. It's actually at a dealership just not far from here. I took out the TVR Tuscan. And I took out the Speed 6 version, which was an inline 6. And that thing made over 400 horsepower and something like 600 foot-pounds of torque. It was a slightly wet road, and I pulled away from the junction, wheel spun it through second and third gear, and only managed to find traction in fourth, because the tyres had heated up that much. And this is rear-wheel drive with no driver aids whatsoever. They went out of business about 2 decades ago. You occasionally see them coming up on eBay Motors or like the car trading websites. And they're not worth much money because they were absolute death traps. It's basically a race car. And most of the people who bought them were bankers and lawyers who had no idea how to drive a car properly. If you ever watch the Top Gear boys take one of these round an old episode of Top Gear, these are drift monsters. But they are absolute brutes of cars. They're gorgeous things, though.
I bet.
Yeah.
I was freaking honored that, like, the shoot that I got to do, the race car shoot, he was a part of the Speed channel that all of that's on. So I thought that was so freaking cool because I always loved watching that for my whole life. And then I was in a garage that was for that shit, and I was like, yes.
And just no chip foose inside. Yeah. So, Bart, you've not only detected magic around you, the plaid magic that is charged in your chest piece, but you've also learned about TVR and their canoe factory of car building.
Yes.
All from that one spell.
Wonderful coloration there. Paint was excellent. Unfortunately, I have not assisted the situation yet.
Okay, Dustin, what are you wanting to do?
Is there a way that I can help Brian?
With the ritual directly, I can't imagine how you would.
No, but is there not necessarily with the ritual
It's spaghetti
itself,
all over.
but from
That's gonna go.
helping
That's gonna slide off the plate any
It's
second.
gonna slide.
him, maintain his concentration while he's doing this, so he's not interrupted.
Do you have any spells like Code of Silence?
No, I do not.
That would be a bad thing.
Yeah, you need silence. You
Because I
can't.
can
I was gonna say I
check.
couldn't do silence.
But I think there is voice for it.
You can cast.
Silence.
You could cast Code of Silence around him, sealing him off from everything that's happening outside.
Okay. No. The only other spell I have is Pass Without a Trace, which is great, except for the fact that it doesn't help, especially with somebody that can see with magic.
And you can't cast it on an entire ship.
No. But I can protect us, a few of us, from going stealthy, but it's still, in this situation, it wouldn't be as good.
Okay. So you've got no magical aids that can help you.
But,
You did notice Sam was prying at the ring with her dagger, and then the Kraken shrieking in pain.
yeah, I can try and assist on that end. As far as trying to pry it. Oh, I have a dagger I could use as well. If she will allow.
Not quite what I was thinking.
Okay.
Remember, you're carrying an artifact.
double check my inventory.
What, were you drinking last stream too?
I mean, Party, by all means help him out on this one.
Like maybe the cloak?
The cloak?
So how would the cloak help you in this situation, knowing what you know about what the cloak does?
Did I write it down? Dimension shift, besides invisibility? I guess I could put it on Sam. Try and hide her.
1 hour later. Finally! Finally! Right, Dustin, you pull off the cloak and you sweep that around Sam, completely covering her in the cloak, and you mutter the activation word. Sam, the writhing of the tentacles suddenly stops on your hand. You hear almost a confused screech from the Kraken. And Dustin, you're able to interpret this as, where is it?
Nice. We'll just keep that on her for now.
So, does that mean that Brian has, like, stopped his ritual?
No, he's still holding.
going?
He's still gripping
No,
onto your hand.
Yeah, it's gonna help even more because
The cloak is effectively shielding the Kraken from the ring. The curse is still there. The ring will still be kind of a homing device for the Kraken. But that cloak hides you from everything. And the dragon really didn't tell you any of this. An octarine fajita.
Yeah, that's what I was laughing at.
Okay, lightning lashes out at towards the ship, or at least where the Kraken thought the ship was, with 4 solid hits.
how good that did. Is that the most it's had?
No, I did. Oh, yeah, actually, because last time was only 3 solid hits.
So it doesn't know where the ship is.
For 62 points of damage.
Hits it more than it ever did before.
Well, it's someone flailing around in the dark. You ever get smacked in the face by someone flailing in the dark?
By somebody that couldn't see me.
The ship, the entire ship now is on fire. The deck is on fire. The rigging that's holding on to the balloon is now on fire. There's flames licking over the side of the ship, almost causing a trail of fire behind the ship as it continues to go down. Bart, you're at the front of the bow. You attempt to absorb as much of this lightning as you can take. I'm going to need some dice rolls for you, and I've got no idea what the fuck I'm going to ask you to roll yet.
I'm thinking of the captain with the South African accent. My dick's on fire.
I'm going to go see the doctor for some dick cream, because my dick's burning.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
One night in Portland, me dick's burning. Bart, can I get a Constitution saving throw from you? See if you can withstand the overload.
Roll over 10.
Hey, it was a 10.
It was a 10. Okay.
But
Can you
+2.
can you give me a ranged attack down towards the Kraken? Make it high.
Then it's Snoop Dogg.
A little bit better, 18.
18. Okay. You feel the chest piece attached to your overalls burning so hot that it's gone beyond plaid. And the only thing you can think of is you need to discharge energy, otherwise you're going to blow. Like a battery that's just been overcharged too much and left out in the sun.
Or left in the middle of the hallway.
Tossed in a furnace.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm so salty. So salty.
You make a last desperate attempt with your arms, pointing your arms down over the side of the bolt, and you pump all the energy out of your suit down towards the Kraken.
Oh, God.
Can you give me 10d8, please?
So white hot
Can I just multiply 'em?
No, roll each one of them bitches.
Let me get out a calculator.
All right. So that's 10 damage.
I'm so glad Moko's playing with us.
I'm also glad it's not a game he's entirely familiar with. This is where the creative thinking always comes out.
Some of us like that.
Somebody needs to redeem reload. I don't have it on my screen.
Well, I could log in and upload it for you.
Battery's dead? Still there. 45.
Sorry.
On 10d8.
Yeah,
That's,
Okay.
pretty average.
Run.
yeah, I mean, that's just over half
Okay, so
Don't have any store items.
Kraken tentacles times 4. One of which had taken severe damage already.
Yeah, that one poor tentacle.
Okay, Dustin, as you throw the cloak over the rogue, you look back towards the bow of the ship and you see the lightning rain down onto the surface of the boat. You see the wizard standing there with his arms stretched out wide, just trying to channel as much of that lightning away from the deck of the ship and into his suit, and then redirect that power straight back down at the Kraken, striking not only the Kraken, but several large shoals of sardines around it.
Did you get the shark this time?
But you dump every bit of energy out of your suit in the shot, just to avoid complete overload. As you fire this blast down towards the surface of the sea, you basically drop down to your knees and fall back, sprawled on the deck. It's overloaded parts of your suit, it's overloaded parts of you. You've taken a massive electrical jolt through your own body. The suit wasn't able to contain all of it, and you're currently prone and you're unconscious.
Oh boy.
You're alive, but
That's
you're
a great place
unconscious.
to be.
So
Did I remember to put on a life jacket before I got on the thing?
you're in a suede suit with metal plates attached to it. I don't think a life jacket's going to help.
So he just fully discharged and then just passed out?
He fully discharged, and part of that discharge was enough to fry his brain. Very briefly.
It was already fried.
Damn it, I did that. I didn't upload
All that
the
time in the
sound.
garage.
What was that, Brian?
Well, I made the reload command, but I didn't upload the sound to it.
Oh.
Duh.
For Omar's stream.
And yeah.
Reload. Reload the brain.
Where is it?
Okay.
No, but I
The ship is on fire. The captain's wrestling with the wheels as best he can to keep the ship in the air, but it's almost a losing battle at this stage. You feel the ship swerving from side to side as the crew are trying to maintain some control, but in all cases you are losing altitude. After a few minutes, you notice that the ship is leaving the edge of the storm. Dustin, you conclude that you are leaving the range of the Kraken's magic, that whatever you did with your cloak has worked, and the Kraken is no longer able to track you as accurately. You've noticed that the lightning strikes have kind of dropped off of recent, but the entire ship, the entire hull of the ship is on fire. And you are streaking down through the air like a diving phoenix. You look over the side of the ship, Dustin, because you're pretty much the only one that's able to do anything right now. You look over the side of the ship and you notice for the first time you're currently over land.
Oh.
And can I get a survival roll from you, please?
Yay, not gonna try.
There, added the sound. I didn't know what volume to have it at, because I don't know what level your sound alerts would be at.
That will be a dirty 20.
Okay. So I'm going to bring up the Discworld map up on screen for everybody.
Yep, just redeem reload.
Okay. I have to. That's in Twitch.
If you just have a quick look at my my stream, that's probably easier. Your engagement was around here, just off the edge of the Klatchian coast.
Loyalties turned on. You want me to turn your loyalties on, Omar?
Aren't loyalties are on?
No, they're disabled.
Okay.
He's like, they were on.
Okay, they're enabled, so you're gonna have to wait a bit because it's only at 5. You want to leave it at 5, or do you want to make it more?
Leave it at 5.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll try again later.
Alright.
So the engagement with the Kraken was happening around here, around the Gorunra Trench. So you were quite a way out to sea. You weren't anywhere near the coast. You're now drifting across Yimituri in towards the inlands of Klatch, and the ship is slowly losing altitude. Now, the ship is also starting to pick up speed. And you notice this not only because you're able to see objects on the ground, you're actually able to discern forests and rivers and large herds of cattle moving around on the ground. But you're also able to see how quickly they're disappearing out of your line of sight as the obtuse triangle just plunges down from the sky towards the ground. The captain, meanwhile, and the crew are wrestling to keep the ship under control, but no matter what they do, you are still losing altitude. Brian, you're about halfway through your ritual at the moment. Mr. Pump, you have moved to the very far end of the bow of the ship to try and lift the nose of the boat up any further, and it is helping. You don't know this, but it is actually helping. And you're slowing the descent somewhat.
Okay.
Bart, can I get a D20 from you, please?
2.
Okay, you're still unconscious. Got no idea what's going on.
Yeah. Can I go check on Bart? Since I watched him do all that, I'm assuming I saw him collapse too.
Yep.
So
Okay,
I'll go over it.
you head over to the wizard. You notice that not only is he unconscious, but his suit is crackling and it's radiating a kind of a heat that you haven't felt before. It's almost like molten metal. The energy that was discharged from this suit. Yes, and his staff does have a knob on the end. Thank you, Sam. So he's basically lying there, and the only thing you can see is the knob, his wizard's knob poking up through the trousers of his overalls.
Typical.
You don't want to get too close because he's still crackling with energy, but you can see that he is breathing.
He is breathing. I don't want to get too close, so trying to give him a potion probably wouldn't be a good idea. I assume that within time he should be able to just get up on his own.
Without a medicine roll, you wouldn't be able to tell that.
Okay.
And you'd need to have some knowledge of at least electricals and how electricity works to even guess as to what condition he's in. So if you want to, I mean, we'll count it as let's say we call it Arcana. Give me an Arcana roll and a medicine roll.
Okay. I can do that.
There's a roll d20.
Oh. One chance of knowledge. Okay, so blind is going to take... Which one do you want to cover, blind? The Arcana roll or the medicine check?
Oh.
Blind Eye's doing this one for you. Medicine check. Okay, so Dustin, you do your Arcana roll.
Dang it. That was a bad choice. I have a +1 Arcana, +3 medicine.
Hope you roll high.
Yeah. No. 10. I mean, I don't know, that would have been... +2 would have been a whole lot better, but...
So a vague idea.
What'd you get?
10.
10?
For Arcana, yeah.
And you got a crit 20 for your medicine. Thank you very much for that, blind. So for the Arcana check, you don't really know what electricity is. You just see it as lightning crackling over the body, and without being grounded, you attempt to touch the body, getting shocked for 3 points of damage. Jesus, you're lucky there. That was 2d8. You are, however, able to administer first aid. You're able to recognize that he is breathing, that he is still alive. Once the shock of being electrocuted wears off, and you kind of pick yourself up off the deck 15 feet away, it's a big dick. You're able to administer some rudimentary first aid. You kind of dribble a potion down between his lips. Bart, you're awake, but you're groggy. This is a very common feeling for you, waking up 15 minutes later on the other side of the room and all your hair is standing on end. It's not something that's unusual to you. You're quite familiar with that feeling. If you did have if you did have such a thing as a doctor on call, he would be a very stressed cardiologist. But nonetheless, you're alive, you're awake, and you're a bit groggy. The ranger, however, is leaning over you looming over you. Dustin, what's your charisma?
Picturing Christopher Lloyd.
The raw stat, just the raw stat.
Yeah, sorry, my internet's being bad.
Tell it to smarten up.
I'm a +2 charisma.
So that's 14?
14, yeah.
Okay. So, Bart, you notice that the ranger, beneath his hood and his cowl, which is now suddenly missing, he doesn't seem to be wearing his usual glittery starlit robe that you saw him wearing earlier. Quite a handsome-looking guy. A bit unshaven, a few scars, but not the worst thing to wake up to. You're not entirely sure if your ship navigates that particular river, but nonetheless, you are conscious, and you don't seem to be having a heart attack or being electrocuted by anything at the moment. You can, however, feel the wind rushing across the deck, which means you are moving at speed, and your next conclusion is you're probably moving at speed in a downwards direction, given how the things were going a few minutes ago. Brian, you are about, let's say, 6 minutes into your ritual. Do we think you can complete this before the ship crashes?
It depends on how fast it's coming down.
You're about 1,000 feet off the ground at the moment. The ranger is able to actually clearly distinguish tree lines, rivers, and animals moving around on the ground.
I'm thinking it might be pretty close.
The crew have started to basically reinforce the ropes. They've thrown a couple more ropes over the top of the balloon and they're lashing it to the side of the ship. The captain has handed the wheel over to the bosun and is now giving orders to the crew to stand by to abandon the ship.
No!
The forests below you, Dustin, give way to what looks like scraggly bushes and intermittent rock formations.
Just gotta trim
And
that.
after another minute, you see that below you is nothing but sand. You can see yellow, brown, ochre-coloured mountains directly in front of you, just on the horizon. But you've now moved over a desert. All scale is gone. You can't make out distance, you can't make out objects, you can't tell how far you are from the ground. Everything below you is just yellow and shadows.
I'm kind of thinking in the back of my hand is like the captain's really gonna be pissed about this.
Now, is this
How is he gonna get it back to
forest
the water?
or no longer forest?
Oh, you're way past forest now, you're into desert.
Desert.
Well, that's simple.
Across the land one.
So, the mountains that you can see in the distance are the mountains of the sun. You've kind of come over Yumturi, and you're coming over the Klatchian Desert towards Sirit and the Sort River. And it's the tributaries of the Sort that you've been seeing from the sky. So you're coming inland, and you're coming inland fast. You're not descending very quickly. You are still descending, but you're coming in fast. The ship is entirely out of control.
Be nice if
You
you
got a
could clear
parachute?
the Great Knee and actually make it to that lake
So-
there.
You
Oh wow, it is acting out.
Say that again, Dustin. We didn't catch that. No, I think we're losing you, mate.
Really long tunnel.
Yeah. Are you going through a tunnel?
Feed the feed the moose.
Okay, well this is bad. Uh-oh.
So, Brian, you are now into minute 8 of your ritual. You sense, even though you're concentrating on the ritual, you can still feel the air moving around you, and you can feel the temperature getting considerably warmer. The ship is burning. You can feel the heat from the fires of the hull, and you can hear the crackling and the snapping of wood. Eric, down below, you are still kind of pressed against the bulkheads in the back of the ship, trying to act as some kind of ballast, but you can feel that there is heat moving through the wood, that the ship is coming apart. The smoke is starting to fill the inside of the hold. All the crew are up on deck except the cook, and you can hear him kind of shink, shink, shink in the galley in the deck on the deck above you. You can feel the vibrations. You can feel the groaning of the wood as it's twisting and grinding against the ropes that are lashed to it. And you can still feel that kind of sinking feeling as the ship is drifting lower and lower and lower.
you said mountains are coming up.
Oh, you're back. Cool. Yeah, we lost you for a bit there, Dustin.
Yep.
You can see the mountains on the horizon. You can't really estimate distance at the moment because you've got no landmarks to judge distance by. Everything is just desert and sand dunes below you.
This is like the worst spot for me. 'Cause if it was forest or mountain, I'd be in great shape.
Okay, you're plunging to your death in a dirigible that's on fire at quite substantial speed, but you're in great shape.
Because I actually, well, I could figure a safe place for us to either try and land or hazardous place to avoid landing.
Okay. Landing is out of the question. It's called crashing now.
Still,
And
you can know where to crash
Landing's always
safely.
a controlled crash.
yeah, you have no. Let's.
No control. Okay.
Given that you're the little dog sitting there in the blazing house, thinking, "Oh, everything's fine. Everything's fine." The entire ship is on fire.
I have like expertise in those two regions on like survival and stuff.
To be fair, at this point, if you'd actually if you crash landed in the water, you might survive. Because the water would at least put the fire out, and there may be enough buoyancy left in the ship to keep it afloat. Nonetheless.
Well, there are sand ships, are there not? If we just hit a dune at just the right angle,
Yes, but there's probably a
we might
sand
just
shark
go down
nearby.
the trough.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh no, sand sharks are a thing.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the heck?
There are also some.
That's why they can go onto land so easily.
There are also zombie sand sharks.
They're called bullets or sand sharks.
How far above the ground are we?
At a rough guess, because you can't really make out any detail to judge distance, you think you're about 1,000 feet above ground.
Okay.
Brian, you are into minute 9 of your ritual.
Yes.
Everything I can do is just like not quite.
The captain gives orders to the crew to stand by to abandon ship. Some of the senior crew, the first mate, the bosun, they begin tying themselves onto the railings or onto what's left of the masts of the ship. Whatever happens, they're staying aboard and they're not abandoning the captain. The captain is tying himself onto the ship's wheel to make sure that he can't be thrown clear. Whatever happens to his ship, he's going to be there right alongside it. The crew are lined up along the edge of the railings, getting ready to jump. I'm going to need a dexterity saving throw from everyone, please.
Gotta love it. Minute 9, and I gotta make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Oh no. That
Yeah.
was a 4 total.
I got a 13. Oh, wait, no. I rolled a 13.
Should be about
I
a
got
19
15.
then.
I do still have an
I got
inspiration
20
point.
then.
What I love is everything I can do is like
You need to be on the ground?
11.
well, yeah. There's some of that.
He needs to
but,
be on the
like,
ground and surrounded by green.
Yeah. No. Well, that also because there are potentially like creatures that could be nearby. I could be able to detect them.
Diamond
especially if they're
Anvil.
undead, but my range is limited, and it only would be increased to like 6 mile radius if I was in forest or mountain.
Diamond Anvil. FYI, this is episode 13. I've got this story mapped out until at least episode 30. I'm not entirely sure we're going to get there. Depends on these rolls. Sam, you rolled a 19? You're +6, aren't you, on your rogue? Was it
Plus 7, I'm
plus
20
7?
in total.
So you got 20. Dustin, what did you roll?
15.
15. Bart?
11.
11. Eric?
I believe mine was 4 total.
Are you using your inspiration point?
love how he's leaving me to last.
Brian, what was yours?
1.
I'm sorry, Sam. I rolled a 5.
What?
Maybe. Well, I don't know. Mine's. I feel like mine is kind
So
of.
did some of Sam's luck or
like the arm
karma
fell off.
rub off since I'm holding on to her?
Okay, Eric, are you re-rolling or not?
Do I want to use this on? No.
On
Honestly-
1-9, probably.
I mean, the question is, what are the chances of you succeeding
Yeah.
if
Right.
you roll again?
Yeah. No. I'll keep it where it is.
4.
Yeah.
So 4 and a 5, and everybody else was above 10.
Yep.
Okay. Dustin, as you're kind of gazing out over the bow of the ship, trying to make some sense of the terrain that you're covering, because you've never seen full desert before, you've only heard about it. You've never strayed this far south. You just see sand and piles and dunes of sand blowing and little winds whipping the sand particles up. You see what looks like a really confused lizard as it just like whips its head round as you zoom past. And the bow of the ship skips off of a sand dune. Let's see how well the captain can control this. The bow skips off of a sand dune, jolting the ship forward. Sam, you manage to stay in position. You've got the robe kind of wrapped around you from the ranger, and you've still got the knife kind of wedged in underneath the ring. Brian, you managed to lose your footing on the deck of the ship and go sliding, and only with the rogues grabbing your hand are you able to maintain your concentration on the spell. But you're pretty much
welcome.
laying on the floor
With 15
sideways.
seconds left on the spell.
Eric,
Yeah.
Yeah.
the keel amidships strikes the sand dune, and you lose your footing. You're kind of braced against the beams of the ship, and as you feel the ship bounce, your legs kind of bend a little, and then as you kind of rebound from that, you push out through the ship's hull. The rear beams holding the ship up splinter and crack under your strength, and you feel part of the deck under one of your feet drop away, and your feet plunges down into what would have been the bilge bays of the ship, filled with water. There is a tremendous cracking sound, and part of the ship's hull that was attached to one of these beams is torn off. And if you were to glance to your left, but you're kind of too scared to do so, you would see daylight. For the first time in several days.
Kind of reminds me of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, when Quill's ship is going down and like everything's like falling apart on it.
Generally, if you're going down, most things probably are falling apart, aren't they?
I was thinking more Flintstone. He's just gonna be the one stealing now.
Okay, the ship hits this sand dune. You all feel the jolt of the deck under your feet, and it kind of skips again. Gains a little bit more air, and starts coming back down to Earth. The captain, on a 2, is not going to be able to do much about this one, and the ship crashes onto the outward lee of a sand dune, sliding down the dune, and starts to tilt over and turn towards the side. As it does so, the keel of the ship digs into the sand and flips it over. I need dexterity saving throws again from everybody.
Drop anchor.
Yeah.
Can't wait for those dice, can you, Eric?
That is.
For real.
I got a 20 again. I rolled a 13 again.
Okay.
This time I rolled a 2. 1 less than last time. So a 3 in total.
Good.
Brian, did you get a 4?
No, but I had a serious jump scare. because the dice rolled a 7. I thought it was a 1 for a second there.
Oh,
But sadly, that only gives me 9.
Okay. Dustin
26.
and Bart?
Oh, 10.
10. Okay.
Okay. I got
Um,
that 20.
So as the ship kind of hits this sand dune and slides down, tilting over, the crew begin to jump. So the crew on the left side all jump off into the sand. The rest of you are not so quick to react. Dustin, you can see what's happening and you make a leap. You're not entirely sure which direction you're going, you're just jumping for the sake of it at this point.
Riding the waves.
As the ship slides and starts to skid, the keel digs into the sand and flips the ship over onto the other side, catapulting anyone else that's on deck out of the ship. You see, as you're flying through the air, Sam, you're still holding on to the cleric for dear life. Mr. Pump, the back half of the the back plating of the ship, rudder, broomsticks and all, breaks clean, and you are pulled out of the ship with it. Suddenly all you see is blinding bright daylight and you're looking up at a blue sky. Bart, you're catapulted off the deck. The ranger has managed to jump. We'll find out in a moment if he sticks to the landing. Sam, you've been thrown forward, but you've managed to keep the cleric with you. You're still grasping onto his hand as he's trying to continue this ritual mid-flight. Sorry, mid-flight after crashing
That's
mid-flight.
Because as soon as
mid-crash flight, yeah.
Yeah.
as soon as she lets go, we never find her again.
In case of emergency, oxygen masks may drop down from the overhead compartment. Oh.
Your life
Yes,
jacket.
yes,
Your
I
life
don't
jacket
think
is
she
stowed
knows
below your seat.
The word.
I guess that
no,
is karma.
Dustin, as you leap off the ship with the rest of the crew, you kind of tumble and roll down this sand dune. You see that the ship, after it has flipped, skips back up at the dune on the other side. Gains a little bit more air as the last of the octarine sparkles from the broomsticks on the back give way, as you see the entire back section of the ship tear off. And you think you see what looks like the golem's arm waving frantically as it comes tumbling off. What's left of the ship disappears behind the sand dune in front of you, and after a few seconds you hear a tremendous crash and a huge plume of sand gets kicked up.
So there's not 2 golem legs sticking up in the sand?
What about Jeff?
Yeah,
I was just
also
going to say,
curious.
yeah.
Jeff is still strapped to the hold.
He's still tied to the ship. Or what's left of it.
Okay, Sam, you grabbing hold of Brian, who's still muttering, still got his eyes shut tightly out of sheer terror at this stage, and pretending it's part of the ritual. You're still holding on to the cleric as he's casting this ritual spell. You are thrown up into the air. You're about maybe 100 feet or so over a sand dune. You've got a couple of choices before you hit the ground. What do you want to do, and be quick about it?
Well, I'm up in the air? I don't know. I don't know. Put my Air Jordans on and hope I land okay? Like...
Well, you're wearing your Jordans, but you're also holding your dagger.
But I don't know. I don't know about that.
No, you do know about the dagger because you used it on board the ship.
You've used it once. Like
You were up in the
after
rigging and you threw it down at one of the pirates and teleported to it.
Did I?
You have no idea how it
Yes.
happened, but
like
it's
2
happened.
sessions ago.
Okay, well, I didn't know that. Well, if I know, then I'm gonna throw my dagger straight down and hope that I go there.
Okay. Can I get a strength roll from you? A strength saving throw from you? And see if you manage to keep hold of the cleric. He's a bit of dead weight at the moment.
No, he's a live weight.
No. Damn it! It's a fucking 3 in total.
Do you have any inspiration points that you wish to use at this point?
I used it already.
Okay, the rogue takes, still holding the dagger, pulls it free of the ring and flings it down at the floor below her. Mark off one of your level 1 spell slots as used. Blind, are you suggesting that she re-rolls that dice, or are you going to do it for her? Waiting for that 5-second delay because of Twitch. Oh, Blind's got this. Okay.
Right. Yes, I got this. Fucking thank you.
Rolling
Frank.
that one.
No.
19.
Dustin just wants me to die.
What's your strength modifier, Sam?
1.
So, that's an unnatural 20.
Wait, you got a +1?
On strength, yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's an unnatural 20. Sam, you managed to keep hold of the cleric as you throw the dagger, and you instantly touch down, kneeling in the sand. Almost
With
as if
him?
you... Yes, with him.
Okay.
You basically landed in the kind of superhero pose. On one hand and one knee, still holding onto the hilt of the dagger. And it isn't a landing as in you're absorbing force, you've just teleported to that position. So you've just been falling to kneeling down like that. Brian, you on the other hand have a tremendous amount of inertia with all of your steel and leather armor. And you find yourself hitting the ground really hard just as you complete the ritual.
I don't break my tailbone, do I?
Can I get a Constitution
That
saving
hurts.
throw from you, please?
Don't do it.
Yeah.
I think it might not be too bad.
I don't think you're going to be landing on your bottom.
Broke his ass.
That's what I always used to say. I broke my ass.
I fell from an airship and broke my ass.
You gotta love it.
That one?
So, I rolled a 24 because I have +4 to my Constitution.
Okay.
You rolling that 20, you crazy goose?
I rolled a critical.
Okay. Brian, you land.
Didn't know it hurts his ass.
You land in the sand, feet first. Suddenly, you open your eyes just as your feet touch the sand, and your knees come up to meet you very quickly. This is not the first time this has happened, but it's an unusual situation, and you try and shift your momentum forward. And you manage to roll yourself down off of this sand dune, absorbing some of that impact. Sam, as this happens, as the cleric strikes the ground in a little puff of sand, you feel the ring suddenly stop writhing around your hand, and all the tentacles retreat back into the ring. Any sense of power that the ring was giving off is gone. Any movement that the ring was giving off is gone. And it turns from a bright white bone with little pink touches of coral colour to it, to a dull grey. It doesn't come off your hand, though.
Okay. That's what I was wondering.
Dustin, can I get a D20 dexterity save from yourself, please?
That's a 14.
Okay. You manage to leap off the ship with some of the crew. You see the crew are landing in the sand and sliding or tumbling or rolling down this dune, and you position yourself as best you can. You've jumped out of plenty of trees before. You've jumped on and off the back of moving cattle and horses. You're pretty sure-footed, but you're no Legolas. You hit the sand, you dig your boots in, and you try and throw your weight forward into a forward roll, and manage to kind of get it a little bit sideways. But as you're going down, you hear the cracking sound of wood Bart, can I get what was your roll?
Broke his foot?
You got a 10,
No.
wasn't it?
Oh, this one was 14. That was 11 earlier. Thought I got a 14 on this one.
Okay. You are thrown off the ship. So you're basically being thrown in the other direction to the few that have jumped. As the keel bit in and the ship kind of bucked in the sand, it's thrown you the other way. You are catapulted up into the air. You can see yourself coming away from the ship. You're about maybe 100 feet away from the ship as you start to feel the momentum slow down and gravity take over. You've never really been the best friends with gravity. Probably why you stuck to electrical work in your student years. You have an understanding with gravity, as most people have an understanding with breathing, but you're not really the best of friends. You've got the opportunity to do one spell, if you can, to attempt to limit the damage on impact.
Let's try it. What am I gonna get? Dun, dun, dun. Witch bolt. Not very helpful.
Okay. As you come...
Blue energy. Oof.
As you go tumbling away from the ship's deck, you randomly make some hand movements and a couple of lightning bolts, blue-white energy bolts, shoot out from around
I
you.
make some glass to slide on down a dune with.
What? Can I get a ranged attack from you, please? Give me a d20 with your bonus.
Realize if you're bad here, then
16.
you'll be
16.
grounded.
Okay, you managed to avoid hitting anyone else with the witch bolts.
Yeah.
Especially the ship. It is after all a great big gas balloon filled with gas. And as you hit the ground, you take
Poor captain.
6 points of damage as you hit the sand. And you go tumbling down a sand dune, sand spraying everywhere. Eric,
Yes.
you had a 4.
Yeah.
Okay. Imagine a car driving along the freeway at very high speed. And all of a sudden the bonnet latch gives way. And the bonnet just flips back. And then kind of goes pinwheeling over the top of the car into whatever traffic is behind it. Okay. Imagine then that behind that car and pinwheeling the bonnet is going towards a large articulated lorry, a big old truck that's hauling lumber. You know, like the big American pines that are like
Right.
30, 40, 50 feet long,
Yeah.
that have the extra set of wheels in the middle to prop them up,
Yeah.
and a little triangle dangling on the back to say long vehicle with a flashing yellow light.
Actually, it's a triangle that says wide load, and I would
Yeah.
know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's not wide, it's long.
Just a
I
large
know, but it
load.
always says wide load.
Now imagine that there's a tiny little Nissan Compact in the tow, just tailgating this lorry to add a bit more fuel economy. And in that tiny little Nissan Compact is a Karen. And now imagine the chain of events as the entire back of the hull of the ship breaks off, with Mr. Pump still wedged inside it. Goes pinwheeling back over the sand dunes. Impacts the sand, shatters all the wood, and Mr. Pump goes kind of like a little X, tumbling end over end.
He knows the cartwheel.
Mr. Pump, you take damage from this. Pray to God this isn't a crit.
I swear to God.
Take 7
Oh,
points
no.
of damage.
He said pray. Praying and swearing are two different things.
7 points of damage.
If the Karen in that tiny little Nissan Compact had been paying attention, she might have seen a half-ton golem come flying towards her vehicle. You're not my supervisor!
Oh god.
You won't live long enough to speak to one.
In the
Alright.
carnage, you've all hit the ground, hard. You're all struggling to remain conscious. You feel sand everywhere. You feel the heat of the desert baking down on your skin as you all begin slowly to lose consciousness. With the exception of the rogue. The rogue is still under the cloak. She managed to stick her landing by using the dagger, and the rogue feels no change in temperature. Everything's just the perfect temperature as it always was. You don't feel any heat from the sun. You don't feel any heat rising up from the sand below you.
Am I dead?
No?
No, you're shifted.
I'm shifted.
Yeah, the cloak shifts you into a different dimension.
The cloak does a lot of things that you don't know about yet.
So weird.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think she knows how to take it off either. Like, she just has to put the hood down, though, right?
Oh, well, you know that flipping the hood up and down activates the invisibility of the cloak, but the cloak does have latent powers that you haven't discovered yet. Because the wizard was too terrified to even look into this. This was a power that he was not comfortable handling.
Great.
You turned it on by using the command word.
Right.
Oh, hold on a sec. I just got to take a phone call.
Yeah, I think at this point we're going to take a short break. So let's take 10 minutes, and we will get back to our deserted players that are now stuck in a desert.
Deserted in
Dessert.
the desert with no dessert.
Okay, we are back. Blind is singing some R. Kelly at the moment. I believe I can touch the sky.
Not Chicago anymore.
Isn't he still in prison?
They moved him over to another place for charges. So he was
Because he started
downtown.
singing. He believed he could touch the sky. Well,
Okay, you have all crash landed in the desert, to varying degrees of crash, and you all find yourselves waking up sometime later. Some of you have been covered in sand where it's blown across you. Some of you are lying exposed with the sun beating down, burning your skins. Some of you, Mr. Pump, are basically face down in the desert with just your legs sticking up like two rocks sticking up from an ancient ruin that's been reclaimed by the desert.
some are still in the boat.
Some are still in the boat that has crashed, but you won't know about that. The entire party eventually gets woken up by either the sand or by other members of the crew that have gone out looking for any survivors. And the crew have managed to pull most of you back together, except Mr. Pump, who's buried up to his clay-moulded Johnson in sand. Basically, from the waist down, you're sticking up out of the sand. So all they can see is 2 legs and 2 feet.
Yeah.
The crew begin digging you out. Brian, you are very shaken by your impact. It's going to take you forever to get all the sand out of your armor. On the other hand, though, your armor's looking a lot shinier than it normally does.
It's got a nice sand polish.
Yep, all the saltwater corrosion has kind of been buffed away just by standing facing the wind for more than 30 seconds at a time. Dustin, you've landed the furthest away from the bulk of the crew, but you're able to spot them with your ranger eyes. However, your landing did not go particularly well, and your bow is damaged. The crack sound was the very tip of your bow splintering slightly. Now, you believe you can repair it, maybe through some kind of magical means, but for the time being at least you decide to unstring the bow to take the tension off of it, because you don't want to lose this weapon.
Got 2 people maybe in our parties that might be able to help with that, but yeah.
It's a masterwork weapon. It's not specifically a magical weapon. So mending would be able to repair them, but it would take a little bit of time. It wouldn't be just one casting of the cantrip to do it. It would take a little bit of time to make it as strong as it was. But for the moment, you unstring the bow just to prevent any further stress. Sam, you're holding a rock. Or is that just a giant bit of blue tack?
I honestly couldn't tell you why I'm holding the rock.
Okay.
I picked it up yesterday. It has, like, things in it that I keep playing with, and it's like a little stress toy for me at this point.
I've got some interesting rocks downstairs if you're interested.
I love rocks. I collect a lot of them. I've got a ton that I found in Tobamori, which were all, like, gemstone looking. It was so freaking cool. I love that kind of stuff. Wait, show me again, What?
Is that
so
a turquoise?
cool. It's gorgeous.
Of course, I'm on mute because I'm talking to my dad, but yeah.
Wow.
There you go. Take it.
There you go.
I got the cool stuff, but it's all like in the camera direction, so I can't get it. So.
Yeah, I got a bunch of rocks that aren't nearby.
I got a bunch of rocks outside.
Oh, that's cool.
That's like the whole
Sounds
coastline.
like a
Right?
So, in an hour, you can go outside with your camera and show us. 'Cause
Yeah.
daylight.
Yeah. No, we actually live near several quarries, old quarries. They're not in use anymore. But they made
Kind of
a
quarries?
lot. What?
What kind?
I've got a variety of rocks in my collection,
Limestone?
Voice in the
Yeah,
dark.
mainly limestone. But there was some like marble.
which Sam and I have talked about before. This is the smallest of the geodes that I have,
Oh, I love it.
which is about the size of my palm, and that's amethyst. The largest is about 1/2 meter tall and weighs about 40 kilos. And there's no way I'm lifting that up the stairs. I've got both halves of a full geode that's been sawn down the middle.
Oh, I'm jealous.
This one is probably more your kind of thing, Sam.
It's fossilized.
This is a
What?
fossilized ammonite.
Oh my shit.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, split ammonite.
Snail.
Where do you get these?
From one of my suppliers. They deal specifically in geodes, but every so often they have stuff like that crop up. And the one that Sam's seen before, the oldest one in my collection,
Oh, that's pretty.
That is very pretty.
this is an iron chondrite. So this is a meteorite.
And this is a fake meteorite.
So this one at one point was either a heart of a star or a heart of a planet. The pressures required to create iron chondrites, if I was to cut this in half, it would have a lattice structure inside. The pressures required to create that lattice structure are planet-making pressures. So at some point, a star or a planet has exploded, and little bits of molten metal and rock have been shot out into the universe, and that has somehow landed on Earth. Sam, at some point, once the UK properly reopens, I'm going to pick you one up.
Gotta find one. That'd be so cool.
The last meteorite that landed on Earth was in Costa Rica, and the biggest piece was picked up by Michael Farmer, and it was probably about the size of this. That was the biggest single piece they found. But he has been almost murdered several times escaping South American countries with meteorites. He is he's basically, his name's Mike Farmer. He's basically the Indiana Jones of the meteorite community. Because he basically illegally enters some countries to smuggle meteorites out.
Does he fight
Oh.
Nazis too?
I don't think there's been any meteorite falls in the southeast of the United States, but yeah, he could be.
I think there was, though.
There was a big fall in Georgia recently. He may well have been fighting Nazis in the process. Oh, come on, that was slightly funny. But yeah, the really big geodes are about the size of my chest, so I'm not going to be lifting those up here. I do have a little piece of lapis lazuli that's on the bookshelf behind me as well.
Oh, I've been pronouncing that
I have
wrong.
pyrite.
What?
Because I pronounced it Lapalazula.
Oh. Yeah.
Because, like, in the one
So,
game I
yeah.
play, EverQuest, that's like the
That's a-
bottom tier rare gem.
That's a piece of raw lapis lazuli that hasn't been cut or polished. And you can see the
so
little gold
freaking
veins.
Lapis lazuli, I think was used.
The veins in that is pyrite.
Okay.
So that,
Wait,
if it's cut and polished, would be a
How do you
semi-precious
say lapis
gemstone.
lazuli?
But it's too cloudy
Lapis
to be.
is also from friggin'
And then
Minecraft.
jewelry-wise, the only thing, I mean, I've got loads of my dad's bits and pieces in the safe. But I've got my opals that are in my cufflinks, the little opals that that I inlaid into my cufflinks.
In fact, it's Canada that has seen the least amount. Canada and the Arctic, Greenland, all that, least amount, but the US has had so many, it's crazy. Africa, all those areas.
It's probably southern U.S.
My
Oh, yeah.
my
Oh,
meteorite
yeah.
is part of the Northwest Africa fall, which was at the turn of the last century. But the biggest recent fall in the last couple of years was Costa Rica.
So freaking cool.
Okay, You all are awake. You've been retrieved from the desert by the crew. The crew are kind of huddling down behind some rocks to give cover from the wind and the sand that's been scouring away at you. A couple of the crew have found the golem, but they're having a bit of trouble digging him out. Mainly because they haven't got shovels with them.
We got a couple of
They
shovels.
say
No, you do.
someone's got shovel.
So with a little bit of help from Brian and his adventurers pack, you managed to dig the golem out and kind of get him upright and somewhat sensical, because frankly the glowing lighthouses that normally cast out from his eyeballs are just spinning around in circles at the moment. Eric, you are, for the first time in a long time, you feel like you're at home. You're not in a city, you're not over water, you're not in a forest.
Yeah.
You see sand and you see blue skies, and you feel strangely comforted by all this. You immediately set out across the desert towards the crash site, taking a couple of the crew members with you. Sam, Dustin, Bart and Brian, you are remaining sheltered in just basically an outcrop of some big chunks of sandstone that are giving you some shelter from the wind. You've got small amounts of food and water on you already, but Brian has the ability to create that if needed, and you're able to at least distribute your emergency rations amongst the crew and give everyone a small drink of water. Bart, you're struggling here because you're wearing an entire set of suede overalls with metal plates on them. It's a little bit warm.
Believe it.
Even for you.
Hopefully I stay hydrated.
Be right back, guys.
While the others are kind of taking stock of their equipment, Brian and Sam, are you going to be helping Dustin with his bow? Okay.
Yep.
It'll take multiple castings of the mending cantrip to repair that. While they're
Bart
doing...
also has mending, right?
So again?
Bart also has mending. He could probably help with it.
Bart's doing something else. Bart has his little tool roll that he normally stows in the back at the back of his belt, and he's taken off his suede overalls, and he has no course but to start cutting. You need to keep your kind of arc reactor storage capacitor on your chest, and you need the plates around your body for your arco-mechanical armor to function, but you don't necessarily need all this suede in between. So you start work with a pair of scissors and a sharp knife, and you fashion what can only be loosely described as a bondage outfit. Made up of lots of straps and strips of suede going around your body, looking for all intents and purposes like a light brown furry dominatrix.
Furry dominatrix.
It's suede, it's slightly fluffy, it's got a little nap to it. You can actually go up and stroke him, and the colour changes as you stroke him.
Oh my lord.
But you've got what looks like a barbarian style leather or suede kind of jerkin all strapped together. You manage to salvage some of the rivets that you have to pull out so you can secure some of the straps. But for example, the plate that would be sitting on your arm, it's just one bit of suede running down your full hand and then loops going underneath to kind of keep it in place.
I was kind of thinking of one of Joni's cosplays, DOS from One Punch Man.
Yes.
Oh,
I
that
know
one.
which one you're talking about.
Yeah.
Eyes.
Yeah. DOS has got like a heart on her forehead.
Sure, I've looked at her forehead.
Have you watched One Punch Man though?
No.
I
I know
haven't
what you're
either.
talking about.
I think I might need to.
It's
Well,
actually
once
a
you
pretty
see the
good show.
character, it'll definitely draw your attention.
Okay, so yeah. Maybe not as you haven't quite got the hips for this part.
Oh wow.
Interesting. Yeah, I can see where the reactor can go. All right.
Yeah. I mean, it's the reactor can definitely be fitted in there somewhere.
That's so cute.
Underneath it, however, because you're normally used to wearing the suede overalls, you don't really wear much underneath them, but aside from some underwear.
It's fine, bro. It's hot. We're all rocking
For
crazy.
everyone else,
Yeah, that's fine. I'll get rid of them too. No need.
that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so we're going full on posing pouch here, are we? Okay, so the
It could
boxer
be dangerous later. We'll
the
keep
boxer shorts with the little hearts on are gone, or they've been little stars. I'm never sure with wizards, and you're pretty much wearing a dominatrix outfit with a thong and loads of copper plates attached. Eric, because you probably missed it, we're going something along the lines of this.
This is how Moko's dressed.
Because you can't wear suede overalls in the desert. That would just be silly.
Right, yeah, of course.
What you've also managed to salvage is what looks like a water skin of some sort and lots of little bits of hosing. So by running the hose through the suit, you can actually irrigate the entire costume and keep yourself nice and cool.
Outstanding. There you go. That is some artificer stuff right there.
That's an inventor at work.
Yeah.
In the meantime, the
The
temperature...
chafing will be real.
Yeah, the sun gets in everywhere, doesn't it? The temperature is well above 110 degrees Fahrenheit, probably closer to 120 for you freedom units, or about 45 to 50 Celsius. You can start to feel the temperature drawing off as the sun begins to set, and the temperature starting to fall quite rapidly as it does so. Just before it starts to get too dark, you hear a shout from over the sand dunes as one of the members of the crew comes running back to the party, saying that they found the wreckage of the ship. Was that a somatic spellcast, or were you getting rid of a fly?
I just had a fruit fly get like right in my face.
This isn't the party you're looking
So
for.
annoying.
You can go about
It's
your
like
business.
You get like one
This
or two
isn't the
fruit
crash
flies,
dirt
then you've got like 100.
more.
Sam
I
hasn't
know.
watched Star Wars yet. She doesn't get this joke. Is that happening at some point, Sam?
Yes, it's happening at some
Sure,
They found the remains of the ship. The captain's alive. All the crew that strapped themselves to the ship are alive, and the ship isn't in too bad a state. So you begin to trek across the desert in the evening as the temperature starts to drop and make towards the wreckage of the ship. The crew have been very helpful. They've set some fires around the edges of the ship to kind of guide you in. And as you come over the crest of one of the taller sand dunes, you see way off in the distance, you see mountains, and you see more mountains that look a little bit more uniform.
The pointy ones.
Do any of you have history as one of your skills?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe I do.
Okay, roll history.
I only got 9 in total. Rolled a 2.
I got a 10.
Okay, you recognize these as pyramids. What you can't tell is whether these are pyramids of Tsort, of the Tsortian Empire, or if these are pyramids along the edge of the Dajjal.
Is there a difference between the two? Like, is that one like we're gonna die and the other's like sunshine and rainbows?
One's abandoned and one's occupied.
Well,
Oh,
that's probably information you didn't get because you didn't roll high enough.
I guess.
So you've got You've got a rough idea of where you are. If you're in sight of pyramids, you're either into Sort or you're into Gel. So you've come across, as the ship was coming down fast, you've come across most of the Klatchian Empire and managed to avoid a full-on battle with the Klatchians. However, you have crashed in the desert. It takes you some time to make your way over to the crash site. And walking mostly through the night, you realise just how cold the desert gets when the sun goes down.
Especially one of our party members.
That's fine. I'll just give myself a little bit of sparky tingles.
The temperature drops from what would have been the high 40s to early 50s Celsius, 120, 130 Fahrenheit, down to maybe 5 or 6 Celsius, to just above freezing. I don't know what that is.
Say that again, you cut out, sorry.
So you're dropping from the high 40s to 50 Celsius down to about 5.
Oh, 5. Holy.
And you're just above the freezing temperature. So whatever water freezes out in Fahrenheit, I don't know.
Around like, oh no.
What does water freeze out in Fahrenheit? Is it about 45?
Glass.
About 45, 50 degrees Fahrenheit water freezes?
32.
32.
Okay, so it's about 35-ish Fahrenheit at night. For the first time, you all see the night sky as it's supposed to be seen. No light pollution, no smog from the city, no clouds in the way. You look up and you see a galaxy of stars. You see bands and ribbons of stars, so bright and so numerous that they blend together and just form one strip of glow.
I just go like
just
this, fall backwards.
I just had a song go through my head.
Sand angels.
Brian, can I get a perception?
It's full of stars.
Can I get a perception check from you, Brian?
Sure.
I just want to look at the beauty.
I must be thinking about other things.
Okay. Can I get a perception check from the rest of the party, please?
We're still desert, right?
Yeah.
Three.
12.
12. Dustin?
That's sad.
I
'cause I have a
got
huge
a
plus
nat
on
1.
Okay. As you are distracted by the stars above you, none of you are able to glance to the horizon. And none of you see the slight lifting of an elephant's trunk over the horizon as one of the great elephants lets out an intergalactic roar. None of you see on the other horizon one of the great fins of Atuin breaking over the edge of the disk as he swims through the galaxy. You're all busy looking up, and it looks incredibly pretty.
I've already seen them anyway.
Sand angels.
We don't have time for that.
Yeah, we do. There's always time for sand angels and stars, bro.
By the time you arrive at the crash site, you can see that the ship has come to rest just mostly upright. It's listing slightly on its hull. The ship doesn't appear too badly damaged, except the massive hole in the back where the broomsticks and Mr. Pump used to be. But they were then jettisoned as part of the impact. If any of you have seen the movie Pitch Black, Vin Diesel's second film, there's the bit in the movie where the pilot, Rhoda Mitchell, is saying that she's got to junk more load as the ship is crashing. And when it hits the ground, parts of the ship get torn off and go flying.
Yep.
That's the trail of debris that you've been following to get to the crash site. But it's not as bad as you think. The ship is mostly intact. There's a couple of cracks in the hull. There's a big hole in the back where Mr. Pump was holding on. The balloon is still largely inflated, but you're going to need more gas to get this off the ground. And as you start discussing the situation with the crew and the captain, she's sound. We've checked her over. There's a few gaps, there's a few broken bits. She'll not float in a hurry, but she's sound and she'll fly. But we need gas, and we need these wretched broomsticks replaced.
It's gonna take a long time though.
Well, if you all grab a corner, we can carry her. Eric, while the crew are discussing the state of the ship, you immediately go into the cargo hold and find Jeff strapped to the floor still. Jeff's a little dazed, he's a little confused, he's got no idea what's going on, and he's just kind of looking around, wondering what all the fuss was about. Remember, Jeff is new.
Right, yeah.
Jeff is brand new. He doesn't know anything about danger. He doesn't know what danger is, let alone what's happening around him.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and start, like, unstrapping him from the hull.
Okay.
We don't hear screeches, do we?
Right? I'm like, what do we hear? I'm
And
scared.
I'm gonna ask, are you okay? Obviously, you can only nod.
He comes out
Oh,
like,
you gotta play both characters.
So Jeff doesn't have his little tablet hanging around his neck and a
Right.
piece of chalk to write with. All he can do is nod or shake his head or point.
Yeah.
He nods. He doesn't know what okay means. He doesn't know what not okay means. But he's functional.
Okay.
Now remember, Eric, when you became conscious, when you stopped being a programmed robot and gained sentience,
Yeah.
you had the entire rest of the party to teach you.
Yeah.
To teach you right from wrong, to teach you what this is. You've
Yeah.
had some of your programming, of course. Jeff is an entire blank. He's almost a newborn.
Yeah. So, I just want to tell him, come with me. You can help us, and we can help you.
Okay? Jeff stands up and follows you out through the hole in the back of the ship.
Okay. Is there any chance that those other golems that were freed and brought to shore, any chance they're coming by this way? 'Cause that would be a lot of help.
I wouldn't rule it out completely.
What? Okay, one sec. How would it help?
I mean, if we
Wouldn't
needed to
that-
put stuff together and move the boat, and
Yeah.
Plus, you'll have a whole army of spare parts.
yeah, well, no, that's not what I was thinking. I was thinking, yeah, mainly that, like, if we have to move the boat a long ways.
So, for Bart and for the audience that may not have caught this in the last episode, Mr. Pump being a golem is a clay man that's been fired in clay. And a little kind of a magical religious scroll with the 4 laws of robotics is inserted into the back of the head, a little trapdoor. Throughout this process, Mr. Pump has actually gained sentience, he's gained freedom, and he's also gained the ability to, he's gained mortality by having a close brush with potential serious damage to his clay body. In the last episode, Mr. Pump freed a rowing, a Clatchian trireme that had 2 decks full of golems, all rowing, and instantly giving them their freedom is one thing, but when you don't know what freedom is, when you don't have any rules to govern your actions, when you don't have any purpose in life or anyone to guide you, you're just going to stand around and see what happens. Now, admittedly, a lot of those golems would have maybe started talking to each other and decided, right, we need to survive. That's our first directive. So they would have maybe kind of gone on land and tried to make a small community. Some of those golems may have gone down the other path and decided that the best way for them to survive would be to make sure others didn't, and to consider resources. But when you're brand new and you have no outside influence at all, you're completely neutral. It's very easy to go lawful if you've got the right guiding hand, but it's very easy to go chaotic if there's no guidance at all. So you go feral, and you're only out to protect you and yourself. Now, Mr. Pomp has started to go down the path of almost necromancy here, treating Jeff, brand new blank slate of a golem, as a potential walking spare body in case he gets damaged further. Believing, and I haven't confirmed this one way or the other, but believing that he could take his chem out of his head and place that into the into the head of another golem's body, therefore transferring his consciousness and his memories and all of his personalities across. And that was Mr. Pump's first step towards evil. We've dropped him down from lawful good to lawful neutral at this stage. Because Mr. Pump, well, Eric really didn't think this one through very carefully.
Well, yes and no.
But
yes.
It makes a very interesting facet to your character, which I am going to exploit to the absolute limit in coming episodes. Because there are still coming episodes. You're all still alive. Now, you all need to make camp. It's best to sleep during the night. You're going to be camping in the hull of the ship, so you don't have to worry about setting too many people on watch. But a couple of the crew are going to take turns, just to make sure there are no desert animals wandering around looking for a meal. So, for all of the crew, can you proceed for a long rest? Reset all of your spell slots if expended. Reset whatever spells you want to have prepared for the coming day. And also reset your hit points and any hit dice that you may have used. I'll wait for Sam to get back before we move on, because she needs to do the same with her character sheet as well. Are you all able to hear the sound of the desert winds in the background?
Oh, I thought that was just my fan.
It is rather warm in this room with this PC running, so that's kind of added to the ambiance a little.
I was just grabbing a soundbite that Blind sent me.
Okay.
And yes, it is from The Simpsons.
Ralph on the bus.
In danger.
I'm in danger. Okay, yeah, that one. He says that a lot. He does say that a lot. Okay. As a party, and obviously once Sam gets back, but as a party, you need to decide. Do you wish to stay with the crew while they attempt to make repairs on the ship? Or are you going to set out and attempt to continue your mission?
What are they going to do once they make repairs?
Well, they're going to be... The captain's definitely going to be staying with the ship and attempting to make repairs. Some of the crew have been discussing potentially heading out and looking for civilization, to at least find food and water, because they can't rely on their stores, what's left of the stores, and Brian's magic to feed the entire crew, because there's the best part of 30 of you here. So Brian's magic alone is not going to be enough to feed the entire crew while they're working. They're also going to need supplies, because you're not going to get many trees and rope plants out in the desert.
However, there is kind of a way. It's like if everything's kind of like lashed back together. Like there is 3 of us that have men. We can slowly get the ship put back together, but how much time is that going to shave off the repairs?
If 3 of you are using mending and attempting to repair the ship, that will take months. Oh, the rain just disappeared. That will literally take months. Mending is for repairing like small cuts in fabric or maybe a broken pencil you can use mending on. Or like a slash in a little bit of leather you can repair. But if you're talking about knitting together whole beams of wood or trying to patch the hole in the back of the ship, that's far beyond mending. You need things like the Greater Restoration spell.
Which is level 5.
Yep.
Do I have enough experience for level 8?
Are we heading towards the mountains then?
Well, that's what you need to decide upon as a party.
Because once we get to the mountains, because I'm a natural explorer, I will be able to find twice as much food while foraging than normal. And I have better tracking skills if we need to hunt for live animals.
Is Mogo just talking to his wifey?
I think so.
Yeah.
We give her love.
Yeah, I'm useless here in the desert, but once we get to mountains and forest, I'll be able to help more.
So, with greater mending, if you're going down the transmutation route, that would repair a single break or large tear in an object, as long as the damage or break is no larger than 5 feet in any direction. And that's a 3rd level transmutation. So that could knit back together pieces of rope from the rigging. If you're slowly working your way along the hull, you're going to have to pretty much touch every single part of the hull to get that to repair itself. So magically repairing the ship at your level is not going to be a possibility. You'd have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah,
which means
Greater
you're...
Restoration's a 5th level spell, and that was one of the ones that I picked.
So Greater Restoration would be... this is my fault for not using the right term. Greater Restoration is like the super healing, but that would be for persons.
Oh.
So that's healing at level 4, where you're doing, was it 4d6 or 4d8 healing?
48?
Let me check.
I don't have a note beside it.
I've never actually...
What tool proficiencies do people have? Just curious.
Which proficiency?
Yeah, do you have tools proficiencies for anything?
Yeah, I don't know if that could be part of my character.
So Greater Restoration, Brian, level 5. Imbue positive energy to undo a debilitating effect. Effect that might have charmed or petrified a target. A curse, including the target's attunement to the magical item. A reduction of any target's ability scores, or an increase. One effect, the reducing the target's hit point maximum. So basically, yeah, you can Greater Restoration. You could bring their health points back up to full. You can remove a curse. It's the most, yeah. I don't think abjuration magic goes any higher than that. But I'm not an expert when it comes to cleric spells.
Sam, I know you should have at least thieves' tools and disguise kit. You should have a 3rd tool proficiency, I believe. I could be wrong on that.
Sam's an arcane trickster, though. So definitely thieves' tools. Definitely, she's definitely got thieves' tools. I don't know if I gave her a 3rd proficiency.
Okay, I know she gets the 2, I think, from Rogue. Straight up. But depending on her background, she might get another one.
I don't think we delved that far back into Sam's character, did we? We kept it pretty straightforward to begin with.
It probably would have been Poisoner's Kit, most likely, instead, because we wouldn't do, or Alchemists, but yeah. Just curious if she had wrote down what tool proficiencies, because I don't think any of us took anything that could help with this, but just checking to see if anyone might have at some point.
Bart may have taken Woodcarver's tools if we hadn't discussed this in more detail yesterday.
I do have Woodcarver's tools.
Yeah. But we went with your wand being part of your armor and doing the Iron Man kind of energy bolt rather than carving wands, didn't we?
I think I still have to for the turret.
Yeah, but Woodcarver's tools are just going to be like a little spoon-shaped knife and a small whittling blade. It's not going to be hammers, saws, and like mortise chisels. Okay, you can stay put with the crew and help out with the repairs on the ship to the best of your ability, which is very limited. There's not really much that you guys can do. The captain and the shipwright have been looking over what's left of the ship, and they do believe that if they kind of start tearing up bits of the deck or removing paneling from the interior walls, they can use that wood that they salvage to rebuild parts of the hull and make the ship structurally sound again. Obviously, though, there's going to be a whole floor missing on the inside of the ship, but that's not really their concern at the moment. They just want to get this thing back up in the air. It's going to take some time. And I do mean a matter of days, potentially a week or two. The shipwright is just one shipwright. He does have basic tools for him and maybe 3 or 4 other people, but they're not cutting down fresh wood. They're salvaging what they can from within the ship itself. So things like stripping out the back seats to make a sail if you had a car stuck in the desert. This sounds like an episode of Mythbusters now, doesn't it? So the shipwright and the crew set to work on that part of the process. Reinflating the balloon is going to be a problem because they don't have any equipment to generate gas. They also don't have any ability to get the ship off the ground, because for that they need the magical broomsticks.
I say we head for the mountains. But that's just
Head for the hills.
the ones that have eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, blind. The wizard doesn't have any additive spells, not in this case. This is not the normal kind of wizard. This is the kind of crazy, mad, Doc Brown inventor style of wizard.
Yeah, he's the guy that can make a gun.
Yes, but it would be a ridiculous fever dream and some frantic sketching, which actually I had the other day. But that's another story. It's not like me not to go on a tangent.
So, our ranger knows from some orienteering, and he knows which direction we should be heading.
The ranger's got good enough survival skills. You can see the mountains. He knows he's been following the path of the sun during the day, so he knows which direction he needs to be going to. And you're aiming straight Widdershins.
Yeah. Once we get to the mountains, because of Natural Explorer, outside of magical means, the party won't get lost.
Okay.
I just got to get there.
You just got to get them to the mountains. Given that the mountains are in the distance, that's going to be a good couple of days trekking across the desert.
Yeah. But as long as I can still see them, it's going to be hard to get lost. Ish. Other than getting back.
Do we want to go on a boat on wheels or walk?
The captain suggests that the shipwright, just with some of the scraps and broken bits of timber, lash and nail together what looks like a small toboggan, but with very flat, wide skis that can kind of glide across the surface of the sand. Not for carrying you guys, but for loading some supplies, basic food and water, some spare canvas from the spare sails that the ship would have carried, that you can use to make tents to at least shelter from the worst of the heat during the day, and then travel at night. Because if you're going to be travelling through the desert, you don't go trekking through the desert in the day. Only stupid people in movies do that. Don't pull his finger, Sam. That's the oldest trick in the book. Don't pull his finger. Okay, so you are you all going to be heading out towards the mountains?
I'll let you guys decide.
I need you to say that again.
Are you all heading towards the mountains?
Yeah.
I think I was gonna ask the captain if he thinks that Jeff would be able to help with like
the repairs.
Yeah.
Alright.
So are you going to leave Jeff with the captain?
Yeah, I mean, he could lift stuff for him.
I don't know what his condition will be when we get back,
Yeah.
but
Just hopefully he doesn't rip anyone in half.
Well, he shouldn't. He shouldn't try to hurt anybody.
he's not
Uh,
you.
No,
I mean, the
I didn't say
religion,
try.
the golem religion is still bound by the 4 laws of robotics.
Exactly.
Yeah. The fact that he's got free written on his chem means he's free, but he's still bound not to do harm.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so you're going to leave Jeff with the captain. The captain's equipped you with a little sled with some basic equipment on it, some supplies, some poles that you can use to make a tent. So you can basically pitch a tent during the day and travel by night. Brian, you're able to leave at least a couple of days worth of food and water with the crew. You're going to exhaust your ability to create food and water the day that you set off, to leave them enough supplies to last them a couple of days.
Well, yeah, I could save one for ourselves, and I could cast the other 2. So that would exhaust my level 3 spells.
Well, you can cast it at a lower level as well, remember. You don't have to use it at level 3.
And if you use it the night before, then you'll, or whatever, before we rest, then we get a long rest, you'll get it back, your spell. And the food will still be there.
Yeah, it's just that they got to use it up within 3 or 4 days.
Well, and plus there's only so
Just
many.
regular food.
There's only so many barrels and water skins that you can put it all in. So I'll say that you burn through as many iterations of this spell as you possibly can before you set off, leaving the crew with at least a couple of days worth of food and water in the hold, and the ability to at least scavenge some more, because they're only going on what little supplies made it out of the crash. Some of the crew members decide to go with you, including Mr. Musu, the bosun, to see if he can find, well, basically more food and water. They've got to send out parties to replenish what they're using. So the bosun and 5 of the other crew come with you as a party, and you set off out into the desert. Travelling by desert is dull. It's not particularly entertaining. I'm going to spare you the brushes with the odd wild animals and the occasional scorpions that slither out, and the odd snake that you almost stand on. And you're camping.
Spiders. Everybody loves that.
What was that, sorry?
Camel spiders. Everybody loves that.
I'm just reading Mark's Ox response. So yeah, the food would spoil if not eaten within 24 hours. I'm going to give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt here. Brian can control what kind of food he creates. It's not going to be just bread and water, but he's not going to be rustling up a chili con carne either.
Canned peaches. Come on.
So more than enough food and water to at least feed the crew for a couple of days. Plus they've got surviving rations, and I mean the ship was equipped for a 30-day voyage. So there's a lot of dried fruit, dried vegetables, barrels of drinking water that's been stored in the ship. So whatever has survived, they're able to use. You guys are mostly self-sufficient. It should have preservatives. Yeah, I don't think... I mean, being the Discworld, if you're using magic to create food, would it be full of E numbers?
I was going to say, we have somebody that could probably make cans in the party.
Possibly. Okay, you travel for what feels like about... Well, no, what is, in fact, 4 days and nights travel. So sleeping during the day, traveling by night. The ship and the crash site is long lost behind you. The mountains don't feel like they're getting any closer. And on the on the morning of the 5th day, as you begin to make camp, you set up all your equipment. You set up the tent. You take turns on watch as usual. And everything seems to be going almost routinely. Brian creates all the necessary food and water to feed them for the day to come. Because it's only about 10 of you travelling, the food can be a little bit more luxurious than ship's biscuits and slightly salty water. You pull out a few of the stops. You manage to get something that resembles protein, albeit not necessarily a recognisable meat. But for those of you that grew up in Ankh-Morpork, that's hardly a worry.
Spam.
You do, however, manage to produce sufficient amounts of ketchup to make it all palatable.
But that would be a separate condiment spell, wouldn't it?
No, I'll include that. Yeah, I mean, room service always turns up, and there's always the little like ceramic cup with the sauces and things in them, isn't there?
I do also have a hunting trap, just in case we could always use that to catch it.
You might be able to catch something like a mongoose or something similar, some small rodent creatures that lives on eating desert insects. We're kind of like Sahara region rather than like Arizona desert, so it's less rocky. This is more sand dunes. So
Right.
whatever life is either burrowing beneath the sand or is living in small caves that have been naturally carved out into the rocks. So it's mostly insects, occasional rodents, you know, basically like little Syrian hamsters that you see scampering around, or snakes leaving their marks in the sand. Your general, as a group, your general preference is you'd rather eat what Brian's making.
Yeah.
I mean, you can live on it, but it tastes like shit.
Oh, so it's just like the food in Ankh-Morpork.
Not too dissimilar. It's kind of like eating military rations, which I've still got a cupboard full of.
We have some here too. We showed the kids what it was, and we had them try a couple things from it, and they were like, "Dad, you ate this?"
What? MRE ice cream? Yes.
Actually, Canadian RCMPs are actually really good. The Canadian ration packs. Was it the old paper bag ones that you had, Sam?
Canadian Army is not.
Matt just said the Canadian Army's not.
Especially the breakfasts. The breakfasts were horrible.
Why? What were the breakfasts like?
Oh,
Like
this.
omelets,
The scrambled
omelets
eggs
with
was the worst
peppers
for me.
that were good for like 25 years. Like how do you have an egg product that's good for?
Omelets with peppers that were good for 25 years.
Oh, I've
and
eaten
then-
those plenty of times. Matt, were they the ones you had? Were they the kind of like brown paper bag rations, the 24-hour
Yeah,
ones?
I'll grab them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
I've been trying to get hold of some of those over here for ages, and you just can't get them this side of the. I can get loads of US MREs. I've been through the entire menu. I can get loads of the French ones are fantastic. They actually taste like real food, and they come in tins. I think if you guys in America would know what Chef Boyardee is. I don't know if they have that in Canada. But it's basically that. Yeah, I've been after some of those for ages. Oh, Chipotle is my life.
Holy my life. Jersey milk. I'm surprised you haven't.
Biscuits and gravy is pretty bad too, I think.
I've been through the entire meal list of American MREs. The Pain Burger.
My brother and I had a few MREs while we were out camping one time.
That's for mixing your drinks in.
The stuff that
it's also good for waterproofing your cell phone in the field. It also keeps water out.
Yeah.
Cranberry maple trail mix. You know you're in Canada when.
But we thought it was funny that. I was just gonna say we thought it was funny that the food that sounded the best was always just the worst.
Absolutely.
Well, I've got 2 sealed French ration boxes downstairs, but they're out of date now. They're about 2 years out of date. So the biscuits.
I think the best rations I had were the ones we had in the Arctic because they were super protein based. So there's a lot of jerky and a lot of meat and a lot of peanut butter and.
Peanut butter.
Arctic rations are all freeze-dried still, aren't they?
Yep.
Yeah, so you just like scoop up a handful of snow and melt that and just mix it with the... I can go and grab one of my French ones if you want to see what a French ration pack looks like.
That would be really cool.
Yeah, because it's not like me not to do tangents midway through a D&D.
Just wait.
Back in a minute.
Wow.
Ooh, these are delicious.
What
Sliced apples, that's dessert.
What was it?
Sliced apples. And Southwestern Chipotle chicken. I dropped something for sure. Chipotle is my life. And then another ice sports drink. Oh, cool. Didn't we
I
used
don't
to
understand how you're top of the leaderboard there, Sam.
Me? Top of the leaderboard for what?
Because there's 3 of us that are subbed, so you, me, and Mr. P. We all have right now 165 points. Everyone else has 55. But you're on the top of the list.
Ratatouille?
Mr. P.
So, this is a French ration box.
For Omar's stream?
Yep.
Maybe that's just because I gifted a sub.
And this one is 3.5 years out of date.
Holy.
I know the biscuits tend to go bad. But let's get this open. I've eaten so many of these over the years because when I was first living back up in this house, I was kind of using it as a weekend house. So I take a week off work and come up here and do some renovations. And I always kept these in the cupboard just in case because shops here close early. The places aren't open on a Sunday. Right.
No?
Thai soup.
Yeah, most of ours are open till 6 on Sundays.
Ooh.
The legendary French campaign biscuits. These taste like you've got kind of like saltines, and then you've got a digestive style sweet biscuit usually in here. That's the holy grail of biscuits. Little caramel chocolates.
Jersey milk.
Fruit nougat.
What is this? Which one is this?
That's a fruit nougat bar.
Ooh.
French chocolate.
It smells rotten though. That's disgusting.
Strawberry muesli.
Yum.
Peaches.
Is that the egg?
Peaches. They're sliced peaches.
Strawberry jam.
Oh, peaches will have kind of a funky smell to them.
Isotonic drink. brew kit, which is coffee, 2 sachets of coffee, 2 types of tea, and a very strong hot chocolate. My favourite
Sam will
bitch,
want that.
which is the custard dessert. So it's like custard pudding. Obviously, there's like 14 menus, but this is just the one that I've got here. Duck pate.
You were spilling that all over.
A fruit jelly and a coffee bar. And then
They seem very similar in just overall premise. It's just different country, different chocolate, different manufacturers, but it seems
Sam, eat one.
similar.
well, this one's a 24-hour. This is a 24-hour box. Pasta with sausages.
Oh my god, it looks so bad.
It'll be
Sam?
okay.
Pasta with sausages. And chili con carne.
Well, at least she didn't peach it. At least she didn't spit it into the napkin.
Nope. It's done.
So that's a 24-hour French ration box. And of all the ration boxes I've eaten, this has been by far the best one, hands down. And I've eaten a lot of them. I'm no Steve 1989, but I've eaten a lot of them. Yeah, Matt knows what I'm talking about.
Matt's loving this right now.
Are you feeling better, Matt?
Yeah.
I think I've got the remains of maybe 5 or 6 US MREs, just like these sorted leftovers, which I keep just because, you know, the US, the MRE bread, as manky as it is, it does keep for bloody ages.
Yes, it does.
Mark's like 5-hour session, only play for 3 hours.
Yeah. And then I've got two British 24-hour ration boxes, which are pretty similar. The food comes in tins rather than plastic pouches. And I've got a load of freeze-dried... Is it Mountain House? It's Mountain House over here. They do that, the freeze-dried camping foods. It's kind of like Arctic rations. And those things will keep for the best part of 30 years, as long as the packet isn't compromised. So yeah, I was totally prepping for the zombie apocalypse when this pandemic kicked off. Right, it is... You've camped. It is now the morning of day 6. And you have camped and you're attempting to sleep in the heat. Can I get a... Oh, I don't really have your passive perceptions because you're asleep. Can you all... okay, can you all tell me what your perception skill is?
You ate one? Do you like it?
Passive.
They do taste like
Mine's
peaches.
16.
I'm sorry, what were you asking for?
So on your perception, can
15.
you tell me if it's like +2, +3, +4?
Yeah, +6.
Okay.
Oh, +1.
Oh, mine's
You assume my perception is a plus.
Plus -3.
Dumb as opposed.
The -2.
Yeah, the golem isn't high on wisdom. He's new. He is new. Sam, on your character sheet, what's the plus next to your perception? +1, +2, +3?
3.
+3. Okay. You awaken midway through the day, on the day of day 6, to the sound of thundering hoofbeats around the tent, to the sounds of swords being drawn, and men shouting in various different languages. You are dragged out of the tent by what look like desert nomads, completely wrapped in light-coloured cloth, their faces almost completely covered, only their eyes are still showing, holding long, curved sabres. And everyone but Mr. Pump is tied up, bound, and pulled out of the tent to kneel in the hot desert sun. Mr. Pump is currently covered by at least 8 of them sitting on top of him, attempting to keep him from getting up.
Attempting.
sit up.
Yeah, give me an opposed strength check. So strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw. It's a 19 total.
Uh-oh.
No.
Anybody smell PTSD coming on?
You manage to kind of lift your body upright and sit on your elbows. But that's as far as you can
Have you
get.
been drinking enough water?
Watch this. Watch. Good. It's all the electrolytes you'll need, but it tastes awful.
What the frick was that?
I actually keep
Is that
rehydration.
supposed to be orange?
I keep rehydration sachets in the car actually for emergencies. You know, if you get those diarrhea kits from the chemist, you've got the tablets to stop you going, and then the rehydration sachets to fill your body with electrolytes. I keep those sachets in my emergency kit in the car, plus a couple of gallons of water.
Internet down.
We've lost Dustin again.
Not
Okay.
the land of the moose either.
You are bound. You're kneeling in the sand just outside the tent, and a large, fat man, garbed in what looks like thin silks, rings covering every single finger of his fat, pudgy hands, looks down at you. Well, what do we have here?
I had to do it.
Absolute bugger.
Four intrepid adventurers and what looks like a stone man. Well, we have use for stone men. Eric, you're kind of sitting up on your elbows. Before you know what's happening, one of the nomads has ducked behind you and opened the trapdoor in the back of your head.
What?
You are now frozen in place. As far as you're concerned, you're out cold. Now, these ones look strong and healthy, except maybe the one in the funny costume. What are you, some kind of barbarian? Don't you?
With a streak of the knife? Nah.
Don't you know, with that pallid complexion in this sun, you will burn very quickly? Yeah, you will find out. Men, put them in chains. Take away their weapons, take away their armor, and add them in with the rest of the slaves. The stone man. Bind him and return his chem. It's easier for him to walk instead of be carried. He lets out a little bit of a chortle that shakes every part of his body. The fat on his belly, the fat on his boobs, the fat on his shoulders, the fat on his cheeks, all wobble like jelly as he chuckles.
I'm picturing Baron Harkonnen.
You will make a great prize in the slave markets. The best of you may even be bought by the Seraph himself. Men, take care of them. Mr. Pump, you are reactivated, but you notice that you are now manacled, hand and feet. You can try breaking free. If you want to give me a strength saving throw.
Use that inspiration.
Might as well.
That did not get better. 10.
10. Okay, no chance.
Yeah.
The metal is far stronger than you imagine, and it holds. It doesn't even creak or flex in any way. The rest of you are also manacled by the collar and chained together in a little procession, chained by the collar, chained by the hands, and chained by the feet. You've been stripped of your weapons and your armor. You are marched over the sand dunes, where you rejoin the rest of the caravan. And you see more than a dozen camels and hundreds of bodies chained up in a line. Eric, you notice at least 20 of them are golems.
3 more golems.
In amongst the people there, you see some look like runaway slaves. Some look like they're completely emaciated. They haven't eaten or drinking for days. Some of them look like warriors that may have fled an army or deserted and have been captured by these slave traders. Some of the golems that you see, Eric, you almost think you recognize. It's a very subtle thing between golems, because most of you look the same. But you recognize some of the moulding marks as 1 or 2 of the ones that you freed from inside the war galley. Some of the prisoners, or some of the potential slaves, appear to be Clatchian in origin. And you wonder if some of these may not have been some of the pirates, or some of the sailors from the ships that those pirates may have sacked. But you are added to the end of the queue. The camels have carts attached to a couple of them. You see your weapons and items thrown aboard some of the carts. Brian, you are stripped of all of your plate armor and your mail. Dust in your cloak is removed, but you're still wearing your regular clothes underneath. All of your equipment on your belt, your bow, etc. have been removed. Sam, your backpack of holding is taken. Your knives and your darts are taken out of your clothing, but you're left with your kind of leather racing suit. Bart, they don't really want to go anywhere near you in your multiple copper-plated G-strings. So they just leave you to suffer.
I have a metaphor here, because I think this is bull.
Clapped in irons, attached to the end of the caravan, you proceed to trek across the desert in the hot, blazing sun.
I'm gonna have a heck of a tan line.
When they took the rogue stuff, did that include her thieves' tools, or did that?
All of her equipment. The only thing she's been left with is her clothing.
Okay, just curious if that was not hidden also.
Hey, they can take all my possessions, but they cannot take my face.
Oh, they could probably take that too.
Just
it's the
give
way
him
my
time.
character is.
Well, Brian,
Is eternally optimistic.
you're in the realms of Clatch, Desort, and the Jelly Baby, so you are in the lands of Offla. These probably are your people. You weren't born here, but this is where the religion of Offla first started.
Well, they saw your pamphlets.
They may have seen them, but they won't have paid any attention to them.
Plus, it's on my big shiny shield too.
So all of that equipment would have just been thrown into the back of the carts to sell off at the as trinkets in the market. You also have your picture boxes and print boxes taken, including Eric. You have your Google removed from around your neck.
Okay, Google,
Insert
how
name
far
there.
to the next stop?
Hey Google, help.
Manacled, as part of a slave caravan, you are marched widdershins towards the Sortian border and up and out towards, well, in between the gullies in the mountains, in which flows the Sortian River. So, geographically for us, you'd be maybe in Tunisia, being marched across the deserts towards Egypt and the Nile. That's the nearest equivalent I could give you.
Cool.
So the desert isn't going to be completely sand. It's going to be a lot of rocky terrain. You will be fed food and water. Brian, if you were to make it known that you are a cleric of Offla, that may carry you some favour. If you have magical abilities, they may allow you to generate food and water, but they would have to trust you first.
We have a golem of Waffler.
So, with our party in irons being trekked across the desert to be sold as slaves, we are going to end it here. And that
Well, I'm a slave.
that brings us to the end.
I'm dressed for it.
That brings us to the end of chapter 3. And next time we will be embarking on chapter 4.
Chapter 4 is a slave.
So, next episode we are going to be playing on the 27th. Again, for those of you that have not, or because I haven't mentioned it again in the stream, but for those of you that are regulars, know that we are trying to raise as much money for Sam and the legal bills for her custody battles of her stepkids. So if you can donate, please do click on that link. Even if it's just $1 or $2, everything helps. This is for a very good cause. All subscriptions, all cheered bits, all donations to my channel will also be going over to her as well. Also, some of you may know that I was making a ring that we raffled off on her 1K follower stream about a month back. The winner of that ring has still not contacted me or Sam to claim his prize. So
I think at this point we should do a redraw.
So yeah, we need to redraw that winner.
Like as of this weekend, I think it's been a month. So at that point, like we gotta.
Okay. Well, I'm going to be dark for at least until Monday because my grandmother doesn't have Wi-Fi. So I'll be using my cell phone for all internet access. So I'm going to be dark. I'm going to be off here for at least the next couple of days. But if you want to schedule that in for at least give plenty of notice. Are you opening this up to new people joining or just the originals?
I'm not sure. I don't know what we should do. I think.
I mean, definitely
I
add
don't know.
everybody in that already contributed. And,
Yeah.
But if you give it till next weekend, we could open it up to even more entrants potentially.
Yeah.
Because I would almost do it as a redraw.
Okay,
That's
well,
what I
I want
It's a
to
tribute.
do more donations to get tickets.
the ring has been made. I've got to do some moulding and casting on that, so it's going to be about 10 days before the ring is ready. I'll also need to know the winner's size, finger size. Obviously, it is a woman's ring, but I'm not gonna dispute. And if a guy wants to wear it, that's perfectly fine. It can be adjusted very easily, but if you do win, you need to get in touch with me, give me your full name and address, and sizes. I will ship internationally, but I'm not going to be responsible for any customs charges, and I'm not going to excessively mark down the value of the item to get it through customs because I need to send this insured, and it will be sent by courier. So wherever you happen to be in the world, it's going to be on the way to you, and that's going to be coming directly from myself. So I'm covering the cost of all of that as well. But yeah, we just need to know who's winning it and when, and once the castings come back, I can get that away. So if you can donate, please do. Every dollar, every pound, every Canadian rupee is appreciated. But we are going to call it here today. I see Joni's online, which means Ollie is probably online playing Dead by Daylight. I think.
Yes,
okay.
it is. What? Sorry.
So yeah, I was going to raid Ollie Odinson.
Yeah, Ollie's online.
Let's do it Friday the 13th, it looks like.
Oh, it makes a change from the usual Dead by Daylight then, doesn't it?
Yeah, they're playing
Oh.
Friday the 13th.
They're all cosplaying again, are
Friday
they?
the 13th.
I did see something on Ollie's Instagram. He was cosplaying as something earlier.
Yes.
Yeah, he's cosplaying as Jason.
Jason.
Yeah.
Who was the other
Today's
guy carrying the fuel tank? I didn't recognise him. It didn't look like Cole.
I'm not sure who it is.
So Cole and Joni must be back from LA then, because they were down there for the Star Trek convention.
Las Vegas?
No,
that's
Is it Las
going on
Vegas?
right now.
Yeah, okay.
It's all weekend. She won't be back until like Monday or Tuesday, I think.
So,
Yeah.
okay, so she's logged in from the hotel playing Friday the 13th on her laptop.
Possibly.
Doesn't surprise me in the slightest.
Or yeah.
Okay, guys, thank you very much for joining in. I hope you've enjoyed today's session. A little bit shorter than previous ones because I need to get a good night's sleep because I've got a 6-hour drive ahead of me tomorrow. Next episode, as I said, is going to be on the 27th, where we're going to see what the slave markets make of this bunch. Of all the random encounters that I could have drawn, that's the one that came up on the dice. So, have a great night, everybody. Have a great weekend. Thank you all for joining. Thank you for contributing. If you are able to, follow that little link to Sam's stream if you are able to tip. And, yeah, we will see you again on the next stream, hopefully. And I'm sure I will be doing a couple of streams from my workshop at the beginning of next week once we get these this ring finally completed. Right, let us raid.
You wanted to show it looked all flashy, did you?
Well, it just made me nervous because like I had that on my stream too, right? And it wasn't showing the emotes or anything. So when
Stream Elements isn't soaked.
on mine, yeah, but I didn't see
Not on our Mars. Yeah.
It is when I do it. It is when I
you
actually
do it.